This is OK here, and I'm with Doovid. Hi there, Doovid.
Hey, okay, everyone, thanks for doing this.
So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing a recap of the Season 7 Crazyhouse League games uh, of Doovid's team. So that was made up of the finisher, Doovid, the Bay Area, Eldabava, Chabo Chab, James OG. Was it? No, sorry, I got it the wrong way around. I'm just reading out everyone. So your team was JK the Bullfrog. Maybe you can tell us who your team was.
We had the finisher on board one, me on board two, Doovid. Um, Board three was um, Eli Bavra. Board four was James Sog. Board five was Moha 369. And board six was Polygorithm.
Polylogarithmique. Yes. So it's like the French for a
Right?
the polylog, which yeah, is sort of like a
You're
method.
probably more familiar with these people than I was because
It's
I only started playing Crazyhouse. I guess maybe 6 months now, and only came to Lee Chess about 3 months ago.
yeah.
So
So
almost all these people are new to me.
so polylogarithmic. I mean, I've actually just known him not that long, but he's a French Crazy House player, very keen on the game. Um, Mohouse369 is a player from Yemen. James OG is from Ireland. Elder I don't know. You're from America, and you've got a great YouTube channel, so I recommend people search up the 4 O's VID, Doovid, and the, the finisher from Finland. Okay, so
So I was pretty excited to be able to play on the same team as the finisher, and we had our own Slack um, room that I guess you would help us create it, and some communication. So definitely improved my game to be board two behind the finisher.
yes, he's a very helpful board one, definitely. Um, okay, so let's get started with a big guns matchup between uh, the finisher against JK the Bullfrog, and the finisher is black. So so either of us can take control of the. So do you want to take control or of the, or should we? Okay, I seem to have taken control.
Okay,
You can take over the. So if you click on the sync button, you're not synced. That's not good. Right. So we can't sync on this study. I just realised. So I'm gonna have to.
if you hear me fine, that's fine. You could just
I can hear you
control it.
fine. The problem is I just realised I can't sync you on that study. So I'm going to invite you to another study where I can sync you up. So Doovid, and that way we can see the moves. Um,
Okay, great.
cool.
And for
And I'm going to change it so
people who are
make it public. And I want sync. Enable sync. Yes. So anyone who's a contributor, either of us, can now make moves. So you can take control whenever you want to. So you might have seen my study stream with Moha369 from season 6, where we were both fighting over the controls because we're in the same study, and Moha369 is rushing ahead with moves, and I'm telling him, wait up, there's something I want to show you. So that's fine. You can take over at any point.
yeah. In fact, it was your video that I watched on how to do this, and I haven't done it yet, but I did watch on that. So just people watching note that these notes on the finishers games are his own notes, and then on most of the other games, certainly my games, and I made notes on all the other team members' games. So Oki probably has just as much insight as me on the analyzing the finishers game. So, I don't know if you just want to, go through it. That's what he says.
Yeah.
Normal theory. He's playing, Jake the Bullfrog, who I guess, that's whose team I'm on with the 960 this time. Although I don't think he's played yet. So we have the finisher on bottom is black because it's from our team's perspective, and the finisher and Jake the Bullfrog plays D4 more aggressive than kind of like D3. Um,
Yeah, so
so I
I've
guess
I've definitely seen, as the finisher says, the standard move in this position is knight e5, hitting the bishop. So the bishop can't. So one sec. Sorry, I just had to mute myself a moment for a cough. The bishop can't just sack itself on f7 because the knight covers f7. So, but actually, the best move for white is the natural move is just back off the bishop. But the move that white tends to do in this position is this. The point being that if knight takes bishop, you'd get knight takes pawn, and this whole attack would be actually rather dangerous. I mean, if black were to walk into this, um, just simply even just knight f5 again, threatening at g7. Uh,
potentially survivable, but
well, white has the beginnings of an attack. Hi there, David Carlton in the Twitch chat. So it's perfectly fine, but the theory move for white in this position is to defend g7 with bishop f6. At g5, just attack the defender, and this is also fairly uncomfortable, so what to do? And the move apparently is at h3 and try and begin some kind of counterattack.
ironic, the computer recommends just bringing the bishop back to f1.
It recommends this
Computer
does.
move is just bishop f1 here.
Really? Okay, not on my screen. It says takes, and rook g1. But okay. But okay, different depths give different results. Anyway, so that's knight f4. Let's say there have been a lot of games in the database doing knight f4. If I just open up the database in this position, knight e5 has been played almost 3,000 times, knight f5 938 times. So this is serious stuff. That has been played 550 times. So this is definitely mainline theory. But okay, so the finisher does something quite unusual. Instead of going knight e5, or even knight takes d4, he goes the third most common move, knight f6. I'll just turn the opening explorer off again. And JK does knight f5, which is sensible, and castles. So yeah, it looks like a brave move to castle, I guess, but the point is white doesn't have that much material to just go in for the sack. Beginning players would love to sack on the weaknesses in your position, and to be fair, in practical play, it's a perfectly good move. You can see it's the second best move for the engine, and even winning for white. But white just has a pawn in hand, so it's not so strong. If white
In
had two,
fact, the computer doesn't recommend taking back if knight x g7. The
no,
computer doesn't.
yeah, that's
D5, I guess, would be a.
yeah, very interesting. Yes, don't take back.
Yeah, I think we see D5 soon, anyways.
Okay, I have to apologize to viewers for my slight cough. If it seems to be okay, so yeah, so it's a
You can do
brave
more of the
move.
talking if you're having issues.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I just like talking too much, and I've been talking all night, and I've been teaching all day, and um, so castles. Yeah, so it's a brave move, but it's just using the king. It doesn't mean you're not. It looks good. So white did knight c3, and the finisher said he was expecting at h6, and he was planning for this line. So maybe it looks like the finisher even was prepping for this. This was the finisher's prep by the looks of it. He doesn't say so explicitly, but um, he says there's a bot game in the database. Bishop at h6, drop back, takes f8. Well, takes f8. At least the queen is now defending the king, but So this was his plan. Takes, castles at f3. Okay, so it's good for white, but he felt maybe black was getting some play at least.
You
What?
notice Jake the Bullfrog had some similar games going quite a few, quite a few moves into that variation that
I see.
would have.
So he had some confidence that he might do that. Okay, but JK surprised him with just a simple developing move. d5, knight takes d5. So he says, was out of book here. Taking on f5 is logical, as you want to get
The
rid of
computer
white's.
doesn't like knight takes d5 at all.
No, indeed. So I think the problem is this pawn is defending both knights.
I don't know why you wouldn't take
Uh,
on e7 for. I mean, I guess not necessarily, but maybe taking on e7 if you're going to take on d5 first is preferable.
so takes here. Um, so you're hoping like if queen takes, then knight takes here. Oh, but then this becomes a problem. So you'd have to, yeah, that's why. So takes, okay, so very very nice move actually. Bishop takes f5, just getting, as he says, just getting rid of white's best piece. E takes f5, and now the finisher did what I would do, which is remove white, the other piece from white in our half of the board. Um, and it's a good move apparently. This is another good move apparently. So the finisher's considering this move as well, but I'm not quite sure exactly. It's another interesting line to explore. But I think we can just stick with this. Oh, he
A lot of
didn't.
times that A lot of
He
times that knight on f6 isn't as good as it appears. Especially you see your opponent has pawns there, and maybe a bishop on f6 would be a better defender.
yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, this is a pretty nasty line. Because if the queen is distracted, we're winning a piece, and if king takes, obviously that's terrible. And but apparently white has this, and so it's not all that bad. And so this is good for black, but it looks like white's got actually a lot of practical play on the light square, so it's not so good. Which is why the finisher was considering going knight here first, and then maybe takes. Um, okay, I'm not sure the difference. So the difference is now there's some crazy ideas here. Going c6 or yeah, there were some crazy ideas here, but maybe just simply c6 is good. The point being, if the bishop backs off, you get a trade of queens, and things are not so good. Like if you just traded off, you just got a trade of queens and a big attack. Okay, so that would have been a very actually quite a. So that's actually quite a nice intermediate move. This knight here. It's not the top engine move, but it's actually a really nice intermediate move to cover f7 and then take here. But okay, the finisher did knight at h4, a classic bughouse move. White was similarly brave in castling. Black only has a pawn in hand after all. At h3. And he was regretting, why didn't I do at f3? Same idea, but now knight h3 would be possible after the queen trade. After the queen trade, he wants knight h3, pawn here, checkmate. If that ever
I
happened.
guess that should be obvious because the knight in the center is going to be traded, and looking forward, the f3 square may be defended. It may be double defended, by the bishop and the queen, and so doing on h3 will mean that the f3 square is already double defended.
Indeed. So
So
he gives this line, if you were to do this, you just grab a free knight, and then bring another knight in to that attack. And if you don't take it and you do bishop here, yeah, then that's fairly decent. But then you could just recycle maybe. Maybe you can't recycle.
it looks like the computer is saying immediately go for counterplay with h6.
It's funny, your computer's saying different things from mine. Ah, my computer's finally caught up, and it says now at h6. You've got a faster computer than me, maybe, but that's hard to believe because you're on a laptop. Anyway, I've got low
I have a
nodes
pretty
per.
fast laptop, but yeah, I'm on 10 plus. Yes, I guess H
Yeah, at
to
h6,
go
nice.
into these variations, but
Okay, so sharp stuff. I
um,
think, yeah, hard to judge. I think we should. I think we should probably just keep going. It's too difficult to analyze. Hi there, Kez1337 in the Twitch chat. But yeah, I mean, of course, h6 is good because it is supported. It's just extremely sharp, like whose attack is faster, and very hard to judge, basically. So f3 is interesting. h3, it looks very natural. h3 as well. Although, having said that, there's no piece defending h3, so he just takes it. Takes here, and to be honest, this is also strong if we ever get a knight here and a pawn here. So okay, at g2, good defense.
why can't you do bishop takes d5?
So bishop takes d5. We take here, and then next we have a knight coming here. If queen takes queen, we have knight
The
here,
sack
check.
doesn't even help. Either queen
And
sack or
if you
just
queen sack,
taking
you're
mate.
taking it with check. If you don't queen sack, you're mating. So yeah. So the knight is mating basically. So he has to defend. And he said he spent a minute here. It felt like a critical moment. Wasn't sure about my plan. And he was thinking about. No, that was what we just looked just now. He went with knight d4. He was thinking about knight takes g2. Felt too slow as he doesn't need to capture back on g2. Indeed, he doesn't have to take this. He could just take on here and this sort of thing. I mean, it still seems to be okay for black, apparently. Knight b6 he was thinking
It's
about.
preferable to look for ways where you're going to be able to play with check.
Yeah. But so that's what he went for in the end, is knight d4. So what's the idea of knight d4? He's hoping for queen takes knight and then winning the queen.
Or if not, he just then he's already ready to put a knight on f3 right away.
Yeah, indeed. So h6 came.
You
G
figure
takes
might as well
h6.
gobble the pawn. He's going to need it.
Bishop takes h6. So white only has diagonals. So nothing forcing for white so far. And I imagine he's just going to go straight. Oh, I thought he was going to go straight in with this attack, but instead he goes slightly defensive, which is also interesting. And he was thinking of this move as well to keep material. How does that keep material? Oh, because this way, the way he did it, he's losing this knight, maybe. But let's look at knight f3. Does that do anything? Oh, white just dodges it, so there's no attack. Yeah. So he just went like so, takes, and he loses a piece. Knight f4.
His king's hopefully relatively safely. You can't be sure. Sometimes those knights, could be danced around.
Yeah, so the point of this move is actually a double move. You're hitting here, but you're also defending e2. The other move that the engine recommends is bishop e5, threatening mate. Wow. But also threatening the knight. And so you back. Oh, there's a really nice move, backing off and defending. But then at g7, ouch. Takes, and then you hit the queen. Yeah, white's got this huge initiative, indeed. I mean, if the queen just backs off, then I was thinking you might even just drop a pawn, but or pawn on g7 actually. And if you just go to take the queen out here, maybe try and be a bit more aggressive, then you get mated. Knight at h6, king h8. This is very nice. Rook at g8 is checkmate, because if you take the rook, this is a smothered mate because the knight covers. So what that shows is that you have to keep a watch on that f7 square. So it's something like this, but then the problem with this is just simple moves like this. And if you're just going to keep running around, you're just going to get mated. So yeah, so this is quite dangerous, that bishop at e5 move. JK came up with another idea, bishop at c4. At e2, takes. So he thought this would come. This is also quite nasty. this, and then bishop takes e2. Takes and this. That was his plan. Okay, so what happened was this and this and this. So what's the material like? I mean,
I mean, it looks like it's somewhat around even. Like white's got a whole bunch of pawns. So
yeah,
obviously black has both queens. Um, I mean, exactly. Black has two queens
for a rook and 3 pawns.
for a rook and three pawns. So it's a reasonably significant lead. But here with the heavies and a bunch of pawns to place, if white could successfully place a bunch of pieces on the board, even with the point deficit, white is of the advantage, like the computer says.
Yeah,
I don't know if going and attacking. I mean, like the computer's just saying, like old school, bug outs, just start throwing pawns, G3 or bishops down. Um, that might have been a safer strategy for white there.
yep. But this is also strong for now. Bishop at g6. He was saying he was thinking of f3 all the time, but he was worried about this attacks the queen, and this kind of strategy, because the point is if you take the rook, you're losing the queen with check and it will be game over. So you have to do this, and he did not like the look of this position, because h6 comes. h6, you can just take it, so what's the idea? This is a case of like, I don't...
And the computer says he's fine, but I guess whatever reason,
The computer is seeing
it,
some really advanced tactics here, so we're just going to have to just...
black has mate at any second. So white doesn't have that much material. Black has a lot of pieces on the board, so it seems kind of obvious that if you could that mate in one, white's not going to have enough to mate black, and
yeah, so
but I
that
guess he was
line...
seeing ghost or just didn't want to go.
Yeah, so I should delete. So he was worried about rook at h8 tricks, e takes f7 queens. So he was worried about this, but he didn't realize he could just do this, and if this, then this, and I should just end that line. Yeah, black is winning in this position. What I added was not helpful at all. Yeah, black is actually winning. Obviously, you don't take this rook. You take the rook, you're losing the queen. With check, and it's game over. But this, and you're fine. Okay, cool. But the thing to do here, apparently, for white is actually not to... After f3, the correct thing to do for white is actually to defend with tempo. But okay, so he's worried about defending, so it's quite sensible. The g file is open, he blocks it off. So it still makes sense. E takes f7, bishop takes f7. That's opening up the g file again, but okay. Bishop at e4, at g7. Okay, so black is kind of consolidating.
Didn't
Knight,
want to allow a knight on the queen, probably.
yeah. Queen here, knight takes f7, queen takes f7. Again, rook at g4 would be good defense with tempo, but he did this instead, and that's allowing black to get a bit of tempo maybe. Rook at g4 comes. Oh, he just gives up the queen, gives the queen back. So white is now up lots of pawns if we're just thinking purely materially. Takes, takes. So white's doing pretty well here, basically. He's safe, got up lots of pawns, and starting to build a wall around his king. Bishop takes b2. Yeah, and the finisher says, yeah, he totally missed this rook at g4 move that we saw in the position. It just completely kills the attack. Just this move here, rook at g4, no attack anymore, and so he gives up the queen. Okay, so really defensive. Knight at f4. I mean, so white has just built a fortress around his king. Rook takes, knight takes at f3, which doesn't look like
He's got
anything.
to go for something. Now he's going to be down in material and his king's more open. So almost time to kamikaze at the king here. And I
Yeah,
guess that's kind of what he does and gets lucky.
I'm just thinking, why not just take that? What's the issue here? Just take it. Um,
G2.
sure.
It's really kamikaze here, but I think it
So,
works somehow.
so apparently knight at d5 was also strong. But okay, just do this. Okay, at g2. Just take it. No, he doesn't take it. Why? Okay. See, there is nothing
He
here.
could get it.
Takes. There is nothing here. You can go here, just take it. You can go here, just take. There's no heavy to follow.
Computer says bishop d5. Bishop d5.
Bishop
It's on
d5.
the
Okay, now bishop
f3.
d5 comes with a threat. You're threatening there, check, and mate. Okay, so that's a good move.
You're
Um,
on the f3 right away, and if
Actually, you know what I really like about this move is that if you try and defend like this, it doesn't work. You just take it because if you take back, it's the same. It's the same mate. Oh, it's not apparently.
it's not mate, but you could play bishop at f3, and then he can't take it. He has to go to g1, but it's not mate.
Yes. So if you take it, there's this nasty double check, and the rook is cutting off the file, and the knight is cutting off the king like so. So that's pretty lethal. So that's a good one. King has to go back to g1, forced only move, and then you dump a pawn on g2, and okay, so it's not mate, but white's definitely got some good play. So how to defend f3? The answer is rook at d3 or something like this, and your white is safe or relatively safe. But okay, at g2, white goes for a counter attack. Brave, defending the queen just with a bishop. Um,
I mean, I guess he sees, it's not even really a counter attack, and it's odd that he doesn't take the material quickly.
yeah, just take the
I
queen.
mean, to take the
And
rook, but
JK does take the queen, and black takes back, and then he takes this pawn, takes the rook takes back. Ooh.
yeah, I mean that's a horrible blunder. The rook take back because I guess that allows knight h4, which
So
becomes
basically,
devastating.
what he didn't realize is, I really want a knight. Please take my queen, because the knight is exactly the piece I want. I missed that too. So knight h4 is suddenly something, when before it wasn't. Takes. So black,
I mean, just to go back to note that the huge blunder here is rook takes bishop.
yes, exactly, yes. So what should he have done?
Well, I mean, he could have defended. He could have played rook g1 or like another rook queen. I mean, add the computer seem, but just at h4 seems to work fine in terms of blocking the main threat.
Yeah, just build a wall. You've got all these pawns, just build a wall. Yes, that's a funny one. Um, that's hilarious. Hi there, Chess Maria. Welcome back. We're with
Yeah, I mean,
Doovid.
he after after this, it's too late. Knight h4 and black has the advantage and turns it into a victory.
Okay, so let's see this advantage. Knight takes f3. My stockfish is too slow to see it and for a long time. At g2, forced. Yeah. Knight
That's
back
a
to,
pretty basic setup pattern, and there's not a forced mate, I guess, but at some point,
so the move the finisher didn't play is knight back to h4, with the idea that if the king goes to a light square, we dump a pawn, and he can never go back to the
has to go
dark
to
square
g1.
because of rook h1.
I mean, it's mate unless he goes to g1, but
So, for example, this. Rook there is mate because of this. Um,
king
so
g1, like
king
finisher only
g1.
has
Yep.
a tiny bit of material left. Like almost all the material is in the white side off the board.
This, and then we're threatening this again. So it's game over basically. But instead he whoa, he made a huge mistake. Did the finisher here? He went bishop at d5. Oh, is it a huge mistake? My engine just went crazy for a second. Uh,
I mean, it seems unclear here. Like like saying this position here, the rook g2 king h1. I mean, you can't. I mean, you just showed the king f1, but here, rook x g4, and then he just plays at g2,
Yeah.
and so he's f3, bishop e4, fx g2, bishop x g2.
Rook takes. Okay, that works also.
Something like this. I mean, it's to white's advantage, but it looks. I mean, it's to black's advantage, but it looks like there's not going to be mate.
Yeah. But it's very hard
But
to.
he missed that. Like, I mean, that to see that rook x g2 and then rook takes knight. I mean, the key thing is after rook g2 and then king h1 light, the more likely one, than king f1. Um, that rook x g4 is going to be whatever. So he didn't feel like that
So
um,
Justbold in
was
the
good
Twitch
enough. So
chat
he
is commenting that with the king on g2, queen at g1 is strong. After all, you just dump your queen next to your king, and the king can never get mated. True, true. Although it does look very passive to me. Like that's a hard move for a human to find. Instead of at h4, he's talking back here. Just dump the queen. You got two queens. Just waste one of them to defend your king. It's such a stupid move. Like, why not knight h4 anyway? Um, so you take, king h1, dump a pawn on g2, takes. Don't take back. No, no, no.
you already have counterplay knight h6,
Exactly. And
rook h6.
something like this, then you just get
Black doesn't
dump
have an immediate threat.
queen on the
Black
back
doesn't at least have a one move threat.
Yeah. So if I just put a bishop here, like what's the point? Yeah, I don't know. So there's nothing. Yeah, I can't see the mate for white, but but uh, black's going to have to remove the knight, and it's going to all take a long time. So if we can do something fast, then we can definitely win. I can't see it, but
So let's just finish this game.
yeah. We should finish this game. So takes. Um,
Okay, so he goes for bishop
knight
d5,
h6.
which, I mean, somewhat reasonable to bishop d5, but it is a blunder. Knight h6 is the recommended move. King h8. I mean, it's almost obvious. Knight at x7. 7 has to come back, and then white plays a horrendous blunder that leads to mate in 2, which I guess he just blindsided that black has another knight. I don't know what he was thinking. Like, obviously white has the advantage here, whether the attack looks like he's got to play a defensive move, but bishop e4 is not it.
Doesn't cover g2. That's the problem.
I mean, then it's just over.
Yeah. So the key thing in that position for white is to cover g2. I think. Yeah. So bishop at f1 because it covers g2 is indeed. So definitely, yeah, the finisher finding mate against JK, for example, will be a nice puzzle. So black to play and mate in this position, for example, will be hopefully a puzzle uh, when the highlights come out. But okay, so what do we see from that game? Lots of
Pretty
sharp stuff.
straightforward.
Yeah.
Somewhat opening theory. Jake the Bullfrog, decides to go sharp with d4, I guess, because bishop e7. He doesn't go super aggressive with the immediate knight x g7. Um, finishers d5 creates immediate counterplay, and Jake the Bullfrog doesn't find the best move and plays this knight x d5 move. And whatever reason,
Well, watch out for
he
knights in
just doesn't have
Crazyhouse. Basically, I think the
so
story of this.
it's a nice dynamic game. Both sides have play the whole game. Both sides are attacking and counterattacking and defending, and there's some inaccuracies, but a pretty interesting game. some opening theory, new opening ideas, and
So I'd say the lesson of the
probably
game,
computer assisted research. And then
is watch out for knights. Watch out for knights. They're tricky, those knights. Like both several times throughout that game, the finisher with his knights did some tricky things, like the knight at
I was
h4.
watching that video that you did yesterday in like the Knight X G7. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe you missed Knight X G7. And I guess you did the next move, and then you were analyzing that. I guess that came against the lone
Oh,
whoever you were playing there in that interesting game where your king was in the center of the board,
oh really?
and
Okay,
then he left.
cool. Yeah, I remember I was in center of the board. I can't remember the exact move, but yeah, cool. But yeah, this game, the knights first, the knight on getting in on h4, and then the final blunder missing knight h4. So yeah, watch out for those knights, definitely. So okay, game two, the finisher was white. So interesting, the finisher broke serve. He won as black, and this also looks fairly theoretical, but oh, a lot's been commented already. Bishop h4. He said he sometimes plays this, but to be honest, this is quite a safe setup for black. And he says he hasn't played this one yet. So bishop h4 is actually standard. g5. Black can also just develop, go e6, he says. This is also fairly standard. Oh, this is the way he beat the cat poach. I've seen this game. This is quite funny, actually. Um, so the black queen finds itself on f6, and then he basically gradually chases that queen into a more and more passive position. So the queen is just looking stupid back on h7. And as well as e6, there's also knight b to d7. There's another move, and then develop, and that looks also pretty good for black. But okay, g5 I think is like almost theory. Backs off, bishop d7, e3, castles, and this is all very normal. You're challenging the bishop diagonal. Yeah, so white is doing quite nicely. Bishop takes d3, c takes d3, knight c6. Nice hit. Maybe you take over for a bit.
Okay, so I'll just read the finisher's comment here. So
Sorry.
bishop d3. He says the h6 g5 setup is all right against bishop g5 if there's no bishop on f5. So he just wants to get rid of it. He does it. Knight c6. Here he mentioned he spends 30 seconds trying to decide between castling and h4, because obviously if he plays h4, it's unlikely he's going to castle. He wants the rook behind that pawn. He goes for 0-0. He gives a line where Chicken across the road had to beat Jake the Bullfrog in an h4 line. So maybe he had prepared this. But he goes for castle, and Jake the Bullfrog just places another bishop on h5, pin that f3 knight. Usually a good idea. Defensive move. Um, finisher figure. Those pins on the knight on f3 could be a real pain. So, and so he just puts the bishop down.
Yep, looks good. I mean, I would play bishop e2 too, and then you can, yeah, as you said, you can develop the knight next to here.
It's kind of a slow game. Neither side has any material to place, so it's unclear exactly,
Okay, but clearly
what
a6
to
is a
do
waste
or
of
how
time
to
though.
come forward.
um,
If he was really thought that, I don't know what a6 does, but maybe it's just hard to find a move. The computers recommend e6 or rook b8 or knight b4, but there's really not much to do here for
so
black. It's
just
kind,
to say
like I
something which I
said.
think maybe is not so good is this. Oh, I didn't see this. Because I was going to say against this I would do this. And there's a nasty little trick. I mean, if I got infinite moves, if black just did nothing, then there is a nasty trick which I do against people in this kind of position. I take here, and then I take here, and it's just very uncomfortable. and people might, if you want to move that rook, I'm just taking on this pawn here. And if you try and defend, then yeah, that's fine. I'm picking up the rook when I want to. Maybe I just take the rook
I know
straight away.
you play those D4 openings. I always play the main line E4 and kind of straightforward to attacking the king. So you play these queen pawn openings, and here you get in the position where there's like you're stuck in a positional game,
But, so
and
just an interesting
there's no.
line. The thing I didn't realize is there is this idea in the position. Bishop takes e2. I mean, this is crazy. Okay, so this is just not realistic, is it? I'm like,
It's
what?
just because the pin is there that
This is
you trade a
just
bunch of material.
this is just
White's
computer. This is the computer just going crazy. I'm just like,
It's
okay,
reasonable. This is just what happens if you do the queen trade by um,
okay.
moving the knight against the pin. I mean, I'm saying these things happen all the time. Obviously you have the bishop pinning the knight. So what happens if you use the tempo of the knight? So that's always something you should be looking at. So I
Yeah,
mean, here it's not
but
the
I've
bishop
never
directly
seen.
pinning the queen.
It's something you should be looking at. Is this? I've never seen sacking here because after takes, you're just losing that knight. So I've never seen takes here, takes queen. That seems a bit excessive, but yeah.
There's
Um,
one added move from a semi-normal position where something like that might happen.
yeah.
But, whatever the case is, I mean, the computer's going to look at that, and it's unlikely Finisher was going to play that in this team match that being unclear. So it's tough to see the path forward for either side on how to get
No, I think White's got a clear
counter.
path. White's got a clear path forward.
Yeah, I mean for black,
Yeah, for black,
that's a pretty
black was stuck, and that
you
was shown by the move a6. Yes, he didn't know what to do. So we have an exchange. The bishop returns to h5, defends, and the defense. I mean, so notice this square is now really well covered. The one weakness in White's position is actually e3, but there's nothing that really attacks e3. Maybe if Black ever got a knight, maybe he can attack e3, but basically it's safe.
black
Again,
still has like absolutely nothing to do here.
yeah, this is the problem. JK is doing moves, and Finisher says wasn't sure how to proceed. He doesn't have any pieces in hand, so trading might not be the best. On the other hand, it's not easy to optimize my pieces without trading. So he's having this dilemma. I mean, yeah, so to be honest, a really simple thing. He's thinking, so that takes, replace is interesting, and maybe that's the point of rook b8. It's discouraging that because the rook opens up. But notice the queen protects b2 anyway, so you can still do it. But instead, oh, he does do that. Okay, interesting. And knight to f5. Okay.
I guess that's reasonable. I mean, the computer just like squeezing the bind further that white should just clamp down with this bind, take full advantage of it. But that's fine. So he loosens up and immediately pops the knight down. Attack the king.
So the point,
Knight e5. He mentions
yeah,
queen
the
e8.
idea of this move is simply
Bishop
remove
e4.
Black's best piece, Black's best defender of the king. It's just a very simple strategy. He basically saying, I want to take that bishop and dump it back on here with this. So,
I don't understand.
so the purpose is to block off this diagonal. But yeah.
Doesn't that just give him the knight to check on f5? Maybe it's not that big of a deal. But I mean, you could just play bishop takes knight and then pop it right back on f7.
So no, if you take the knight, it just takes back, and if you put the knight on here, just here, and I think it's safe. No. Okay, so it's not very safe, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. Let's put it this way.
Okay, there's better. But I mean, that looked kind of the obvious, the quickest way to checks and penetration. But if it's not there, it's not there. So
So I mean, the move
most
you
obvious lines.
the move you're thinking about is does bishop here work? And that was the point of knight here, is it blocks bishop takes this pawn. And in fact, bishop
The
d5
computer
is
just
what
wants
he
to play
played.
bishop a4 and hit the weak a6 pawn.
Yeah, I mean that takes some guts because you're taking away your attack from the king side. So that's take a knight, take a pawn, and then do this. Oh, that's a check and take here. You're winning a lot of pawns at the end of this. So, oh, ouch. Okay, so that's a crazy little idea. Um, and alternatively, another thing he was thinking is, do I take that knight? Oh, that's what we just talked about just now. Okay, so bishop at a4 is an interesting idea to win lots of pawns, but bishop at e5, that's what I would play in this position. So the finisher is channeling what I would do here as well. Knight at f5. Yeah, so at the moment, I remember this game. I remember watching it live. And white's basically got a very nice position. It's saying that as well as bishop to h3, there's also bishop f2, just trying to restrict trades, which is okay. The point is the knight is trapped on f5, so the e4 push is threatened. So the knight can't go anywhere. It can go here, but then I guess we take it. Do we? Like if he just does nothing, what do we do? e4, and he goes here. We take it, and he takes back, and we take it. I'm just trying to see what's our threat, and he takes back. If he does absolutely nothing, what's our threat? Takes. I'm still not seeing a threat, but okay, here's a final threat. Okay, so it's very unclear, but very interesting move. This bishop f2, just saying, I don't want to give you a bishop black. I'm going to stick you with all those knights, and you can't defend very well your position with knights. So interesting idea. And he regrets not playing bishop at g4. That's interesting. So bishop at g4 takes, and then takes, and then takes. And that's opening up the rook file. Interesting. Bishop at g6 and just sack. Wow. Just sack because it can't be taken because bishop here. Okay. And if knight takes g3 after this, simply just take back. I would be taking back with the pawn actually, but okay, he suggests bishop takes. And then takes, and then puts the bishop back. Okay. And on it goes. So all of these lines is just opening up the rook if there's ever a trade on g3. So, okay, so I guess he feels this move's more active, putting a piece on g4. But okay, bishop at h3, knight takes g3, pawn takes, bishop at h7. So this is stopping any ideas of knight checks on f5 in the future. And
It's where the computer, knight d7 is a possible
yeah,
move.
that's such a beautiful move. That's just so unfair. It's not the move you'd think of, but it's so beautiful because you're hitting all the rooks and you're hitting the knight on f6, and black's got no pieces in hand to develop. So then you just take a rook, you take a knight.
You could even replace it. You could even get the second knight and do a second fork in most cases.
Yeah, indeed. Knight back on e7 on d7. You're saying
E7 is better than D7.
d7 as well is also possible. And then
E7 check is better than winning the second exchange. But
yeah, but both are very interesting. Okay, knight d7. That's a beautiful move. Just you wouldn't think of this from chess because you think of knights here and here, and you say, "Oh, they're both defended." You don't think of knight at d7. That's a Crazyhouse move. Like I haven't seen a move like that in a long time. So that's very nice. So he played e4, which looks very normal. So it's just trying. So notice, white is trying to control f5. e4 is saying, "No, I want to have control of this f5 square." And so yeah, this position is all about this f5 square. If you actually notice the battle from both sides. It's a battle over f5. King backs off. And
says the same thing. Just take the knight and pop it back on D7.
yep, that's very creative. Taking the knight, you're getting a knight, putting on d7, threatening what though? Not quite sure what we're threatening. I mean, suppose I just did
Winning
this. What are we doing?
win the material and do
Oh
the
yeah,
second fork.
no, we're getting in on the back rank. That's what it's about. Yep. So we're creating a hole on e7. That's what bishop takes f6 is about. It's about creating a hole on e7 and getting in. G4, I hate this move just because, okay, this is Crazyhouse, it's not chess. And yes, the f5 square is really important. But this bishop is just so dead for the rest of the game. You've just given up a free piece by doing that move. Unless you can at some point break through. So
And the weak dark squares. I'm saying you've been playing like a slow positional build up,
yeah.
and G5, G4 here is not going to be leading to a quick mate, so it doesn't make sense to ruin your positional advantage. Uh, like whatever people make mistakes, even the finisher.
This seems completely fine. Oh, at f5. Oof. I mean,
The idea is simple enough, but I mean it's understandable why he did it, but it doesn't make sense that the slow positional build up that he did, that he would give that all up to win
interestingly,
basically.
yeah, Stockfish actually interestingly quite likes it. But we'll see for the rest of the game. He's just desperately trying to get this bishop out for the rest of the game. And you'll see. At d3, white goes yummy yummy. So Stockfish still likes what he's doing for now. So it's a trade of pawns. Rook comes in. Oh, he doesn't take on g6, which is the simple thing to do. Simple thing to take on g6. Maybe hit the rook, apparently. So anyway, this is a line. At f5 is interesting. Back off. Queen takes a6. Get another pawn for here. Okay, so simple works. He goes for h5 as well. So what he's done is he's actually just wasted a lot of material. That's basically the problem.
And now those pawns could easily find their way right there on those dark squares.
Yep. So first one pawn for defending though. Knight takes h6. G takes. So this looks dangerous. Still looks dangerous for white. Just no follow-up. That's the only problem. Like, if you just did this, then yeah, then bishop at a3 is nasty because you're threatening a rook, and a rook here would be mate. So it's
But it's
still
saying that you could just play f6. You could just play at f6, and black is
that
substantially better.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Yeah. Yep. So it's a very unclear position, definitely. He says from here on I was worse, but okay, I think it's still interesting. Maybe taking the knight. Phew. Yeah, taking the knight was fine. Takes back. Knight at h5. Bishop here. Okay, but where's that? What's the future? Interesting move. What's the idea of this move? Knight at g3. Knight at g3. The idea is just divert that knight. Takes. Saying you don't have any future here. Yeah, because the bishop is
Is
nasty. Because it's threatening
giving you a hard time.
h6.
The only way
Yeah.
you could get it diagonal is like that queen takes a6.
So this is the point. If you take h6, you just take the knight. Yeah. So like, yeah, you can't take diagonals. Yes. So king goes back to h8, and he's just going to.
Destroy him on the dark squares. It's over.
So one for defense.
So he plays a defensive move.
Yes. Ah, he gets him on the diagonal. Hard though, because
It's just
if you go king f1, there's bishop here, bishop takes knight. So king
it's not
f1.
looking good for him. What he just lost here. So after f's, I mean, it's funny that f6 is clearly the better move than g6. I mean, just going back here where he plays at g6, I don't know what he was thinking, because
It,
that's
it
just way too slow. Computer says at f6 is the best opportunity, and it's not much of an opportunity, but at least there's going to be a check at the end of the road, or he could bishop on if he had a bishop or a diagonal. It's ironic. It was that rook at b8 is the idea, which is not enough. Yeah, so he's lost. Interesting game, positional grind, and then he just bungles it up with on those white squares and slowly deteriorates.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would play at g6 as well, instead of at f6, just because that's where our attack is. All our attackers are on the light square, so it makes sense just to keep on progressing along the light squares. So I would have made the same supposed error of going at g6, because we just want to remove.
Yeah, and I guess
Well, yeah, now it's
when
impossible.
Square his defense is basically hopeless and grinds him down, takes all his material.
Yes. I mean, just to say,
Of
look,
course,
if so, wait a second. Like,
a really long game.
so the point is, like, if black in the very final position does, instead of like mouse slips and accidentally like does queen a8, right? Then he's still winning. Okay, fine. If he does queen a7, he's still winning.
Even if he,
He's still winning.
even if he, even if he does like here, he's still winning.
It's unfortunate.
It's like his position here is so good. He could do that twice. But I guess the second time he does, he's no longer winning. Look at this first game real. I mean, does the finisher play really long games, or was it just um?
So studies sometimes do this, by the way. So don't worry about it. I can fix it very easily. It's just messed up the whole thing. I'll just fix it 1 second. It does this sometimes.
Okay, yeah, no big deal. Maybe I shouldn't flip to the other game. I'm
No,
just
no,
curious
it
if
wasn't because you flipped. It's actually
game.
it wasn't because you flipped. It was interesting. So sorry, the first game. No, it wasn't because you flipped. It's sometimes. Uh, so let's see. Check mate. There we go. Um, it just loses the main line and it puts a variation as the main line. It's really weird. There's no logical explanation. Something that sometimes happens. Okay, so we looked at game two, um, which is yeah.
See that one, the finisher annotated. I think maybe the round two he annotated, and then he stopped annotating them.
Yes, of course. We all start with good intentions.
So you
Uh,
go quicker. So I think you already covered this game in an earlier stream, but if you want to, go right. This was my first round against the Bay Area.
mhm. Hi there,
Uh,
ominous ZH in the Twitch chat. Yes. Okay, so you are white. Let's go. Yes, I
okay,
remember.
so
I covered this already. Yes.
I always play, generally pretty straightforward. I guess the main line. Um, I know this H6 is unnecessary. Um,
Yeah, I streamed these
so,
two games before, so yeah, we can go quite quickly.
so that H6 was unnecessary, giving me a small advantage. I said here, computer recommend. I've seen the analysis. This position. I knew that Bishop X H6 is the correct computer recommended move, but it's unclear exactly how to move forward. It's not like a direct win. So these lines for what to do. So I didn't want to do that in this team one. So I ended up playing C3. Not a horrible move. Bishop G4. Obviously, Bishop E3. Saying it's not good. I should have just played H3. But I figured I'd open up the rook file.
Nice.
He should have taken. I mean, at this point, Bishop back is not a horrible move, but there's no reason. Usually, like, if I'm not going to take the bishop, I rarely move it back because I'll just take the doubled c pawn. But not a horrible move. Um, because I just wanted the bishop. Like, I couldn't figure what to do, so I just grabbed the bishop. Um, which I guess wasn't necessary. Didn't help me. Um, bishop back. So I placed the bishop down, repin his knight. Knight f4, very common move. You just snap that, but computer recommends. Um, so here, I just do the same thing to him. I had a bishop to take it when he did it. He doesn't have a bishop to take my knight. So it made a little bit of sense to me, but it wasn't the best move. I guess bishop takes f6, queen x f6, knight at d5, and I've somewhat penetrated, so that probably would just been better. Take the bishop, place the knight down, and but I play knight f5.
Yeah,
Um,
indeed.
recommends bishop e6. Um,
Yep.
could have won. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, knight at d5 just wins f4, so that's the point. Bishop takes f5, knight at bishop takes f6, queen takes knight at d5, and he has no good way to defend the pawn on f5. And you can see the computer is even almost recommending sacking the queen and placing a bishop down in order not But if he gives me f4, then I've just won a pawn, and I have more pieces on the king side. It's going to be pretty strong looking me. So he but I missed that and played knight f5. I don't know what he did. Here like this knight a5 is just way too slow, trying to get the bishop and on relieve that pin. And maybe he already has a bishop to place, so if he wanted to relieve the pin, like the computer said, he should have just played bishop at e6. So here now I do the bishop takes uh, knight, and here I have knight d7. So um,
Yep.
instead of knight at d5, the computer still thinks knight at d5 is better than no, the computer likes knight at d7 better. He's going to go back. So I probably should have just taken the rook. And I guess I see here that knight takes g7 looked strong. Knight at knight takes h6 is better. But yeah, I should have just taken the rook here. Um, computer seems to like taking the bishop on the knight on f3 first, but which he does. And so he's got a few choices here, and he does the right one, which is taking the knight, because the knight in front of his king is actually shielding him, and the knight on d7 could go to f6 next move. Um, so I'm down a piece right now for a pawn, and yeah, I missed the obvious move. I try to, I'm looking for like the kill here, and
Yeah, get the knight out.
I guess yeah, just bringing the knight back is
Bishop
you
g7, pretty
right,
much.
a lot of threats. Although
Yeah,
yeah, I guess
bishop g7,
um,
basically.
black plays bishop at g7, then I could place at h6 and then take on place at f6 and h6. But either way, we got a lot of games to get through. So um, I go for the e6 idea. It's understandable. I got double. I'm threatening his queen. If he takes the pawn, then I'm going to win his queen. And um, it actually says knight e5 is his best move, because he's threatening to take my queen with check. Um, but he plays knight. He plays queen e7, which I guess is understandable. But at this point, no, it wasn't. He didn't really have a good way to save his queen. And I botched it up a second time. I had a second time to bring the knight back, and now that I have the pawn on e6, bringing the knight back would have been all that more powerful. Um, and now the game's almost even, or it says slight advantage to black. Taking f7, I lose my knight, and I just don't have enough material to really hurt him here. So I tried bishop d4. He doesn't have a pawn, to pop right there on e5. Um, at f6 was better than at e5, but some I should have taken. I should have just taken it. But now I'm not liking my game at all. Like my attack is someone over. He's going to win that pawn. I'm down a bunch of material. So I don't know. I just figure I play my rook to the e file. Probably I want to like have my queen. Like I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna, if he takes my bishop, I'm gonna have to move my queen. I want to defend against like a knight fork or a pawn there or whatever. But rook e1 wasn't a great move.
Yep.
um, knight takes c4 first was probably computer says the best move, but
Yeah, because that bishop is a beast.
and then he could just snap that pawn off
Yeah,
and or at g6 or whatever. But I guess he wants to attack and defend right away, and so attacks my queen and the pawn at the same time.
he missed the
But
pin.
he misses. He misses the pin that. Oh, so that's why I played rook e1. So I saw last move that the thing was pinned. And I wanted to take on f5, but I can't because then he could place a knight on e2
Yeah,
and fork the queen.
indeed.
So yeah, so yeah, I guess he knight f3 is he's got to go in for an attack. At this point he messed it up, and he could try to play defensive move, but he decides to play knight f3, and his attack just isn't going to be quite enough to mate. He's going to give me
Gonna
rail
give you
first.
just what you needed.
So I'm getting the queen right back. So the problem for him is after he takes if he takes the queen, then I have um so if he takes the queen, um then I have knight h5, and instead of playing knight f5 and trying to win the queen, because then he's going to be able to mate me on h2, I play knight h5, and I could pick up the bishop, and I just going to have a huge advantage with all this on his king, and I might be able to even do it with check here. Play g6, and I'm going to be able to do it with check, and he's going to be in a whole world of hurt.
Yep.
Um, Queen, and so he comes up with the rook takes pawn, and then so I just win his queen with the knight fork. If he takes with the rook, just take with the queen. Um, uh, at this point, I just take his bishop. This was a fun game to play. I'm looking at this. I don't even have to defend my queen. And then here, do at f6, and he played king here, and it's funny. I say the best move here is just playing here, not even to take the queen. It becomes like a game of horde, and I like horde. I'm actually on the server, higher ranked at horde than I'm at Crazyhouse. But like here, like it
Cool.
doesn't matter. These, but whether I took the queen, it's looking pretty good, and he does the only possibility, I guess, to attack, is this queen at h2, and it just doesn't quite work. It's close. Three. If I don't come up, I'm mated,
Yes.
and just because there's so many games that we don't have to show these
No,
mates.
I see it. You just have to come up and take the attackers. So, yeah.
I could survive king e3 also, king and but just back, and
Take, take,
he's out
take.
of material.
Yep.
It's done, and I have a whole army of pieces. So that was a fun game, and the second game on black here, and another main line. Also, h3. So I was happy when he played that. It's like, like if you go straight into the most aggressive version of the main lines, we played h3. It relieved a lot of pressure. Um, this is a very common position, and bishop x e6. I think I saw it equalized, and get that double bishop. I'm ready to attack his king side and keep my king as safe as possible. So his b4. Not sure if that's his best strategy, but this is the so you figure you take the bishop and put it right back and pound down on f7. But I think I'm pretty solid, and this knight here provides defense and attack at the same time. I guess he's in a bind here. He doesn't want to play rook g1 and leave the possibility of like a pawn coming to h1 or something, or bishop takes h3 already. So he plays rook h2, which is um, tells me I should already start exchanging on d5, but I figure I'll bring my knight around to the king side. He
So
takes,
I just saw,
takes.
just to go back one moment, I think the problem
Okay.
with Rook G1 is there's a sack. Is there a sack on H3? No, there's no sack on H3. So take here, take here. No, there's no. I was wondering if there's a sack on H3, but there isn't. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is. Uh, and if
I
bishop
think the
takes,
computer, I don't know if the computer agrees that Rook H2 is slightly
yeah, it does. And
better,
I'm
but
wondering, was there an obvious reason why? Um, yes, you don't take with the bishop because otherwise knight takes pawn. So takes the pawn is forced. Knight e7. So I was basically wondering, is there ever any worth any sack? And no, it probably isn't because it just opens up this G file. Um, so yeah, I'm not quite sure why Rook H2 was so good. But okay, yeah, sorry, you said this takes. Knight F1.
Knight F1's
It's a chessy
just
move.
too weak. He's got to get counterplay here. So um, this point, um, yeah, I could have just popped the bishop right there on E2 or B2, and it would have been able to start winning material. But I was focused powerful pin, and it's possibly defending my king if needed. Um, so exchange, and then um, so this isn't the best move. Like bishop E2 or B2, just clearing material using all these holes is better. But this seems to work. And my idea was the hole that he had created there, bishop H1, and he's already in some trouble here. Bishop H3 is like um, he plays bishop H3, but he doesn't really have anything here. Any good way to because my rook is, if he moves the rook, I have my rook and bishop on the knight, and it's going to be very painful. So I don't take the rook right away, obviously, because I have um, a lot of pressure there, and he's got nothing he could do. He can't move it anyway. So if I could just bring my knight around, if there's nothing he could do about it, yeah, I mean bishop c1, just preventing my knight from going to five. The computer's saying he's got to do something for counterplay. So him trying to play defensive here is probably counterproductive. And rook x f3. So I'm looking here, and I think I got it. And so it's rook x3, queen x f3, and
Actually, hang on a second. What is it?
I had to look at pin. Rook takes knight, queen takes knight, and then I'm pinning him. And he doesn't have anything. He only has a knight and a rook. He doesn't really have any counterplay. I mean, he could try like rook at h8 and then pinning my queen with the knight, but I'm taking his queen with check. So
Yeah, that's lethal.
that was my idea, and he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yep,
I mean, computer's got me over plus 20,
he
and
just does something.
I've sacrificed some material. So I mean, at this point, I guess I'm down a rook, and I'm about to start getting quite a bit of the material back. Um, just giving a sample line, or he played his queen back. You were looking at why he didn't play queen g3.
Yeah, just as an example, if he just does something simple like queen g3, then so you can throw in a check here, and then what?
I could possibly just take the rook
Take the
and
rook
place it down.
and think of landing it down on e1. So if he takes back, then you
Bishop
do bishop
a4.
a4 to
Right.
try and block off this, so that this will be mate maybe. And so the only defense is to block here, so you still have this square to run to. Takes. Okay, so anyway, pointlessness.
I mean, there's a lot of fun mates in this. You already made it.
Yeah.
I think you made a thing for the mate that comes out later. So
Yes.
this he goes back. I take the rook, and he needs counterplay, and so this point, bishop h6, knight f3, king up. I play bishop takes knight with check, king takes, and rook h1. Well, you did a study. I missed a key move. Like I run out of checks. I run out of checks because I don't have that much material. I only have a
Yeah,
bishop
this
and
is
two
the
pawns.
move. This is the move. Bishop at d2.
And I played bishop at g5, but I guess
There's a
there was some mate,
yeah.
but you did a study,
It's here.
of it.
It's in your study. Bishop at d2.
Just to block off the material, because if he takes with the queen, that takes his running square away,
Yeah.
and if he takes with the king, I could take the queen with check. And there's another difficult move here. Knight d f5.
Yeah, indeed. Not
Difficult
easy
moves
at
like
all. Not easy at all to find that.
um,
And if he takes to the king, you're winning the queen with check, and so that's all over. So yeah, impossible to find. Like that's like level 3,400 or something.
so. So I figure I play bishop g5 and at least harmful bishop out of the way, and he doesn't take it. So I guess yeah, I could have done pawn takes or bishop takes, but I guess I did pawn takes because whatever. But king f2, and I'm running out of check, so I just take the queen, and like last game, this time he doesn't have so much material, but he's got a tiny chance to mate me here. Um, for him, he's got to give up his rook right away just to start getting some checks. And here, it's not even close, really. It's not. It's and then he's going to be mated easily.
Yep.
Um, I know Elda Barva did very well, and he gained a bunch of rating points. I think he's 2,100 now. Um, I'm not
Nice.
sure if you know too much about him, but I see him on the server quite a bit. Is if he's where he's from or
Yeah, I
his
know.
story, but
I know nothing about him. So here he's white against Chabo Chab, and I don't know much about Chabo Chab either. And we have a normal d4, d5 London system, but black has played bishop to g4, which I know the rapid variance recommends.
these
Knight.
are my notes. I'm making the note that the long knight maneuver that Eldabavra allowed black to equalize.
Mm-hmm. I guess it's just he wants a super safe king. It's that kind of idea. But yeah, the knight was fine where it was. As you say, it takes a lot of tempi. Backs off, takes. And this is also annoying. See, when you back off here and take this way, so we got some good control here, but this square is a bit weak. This square is a bit weak. So here maybe even takes is a good idea. But
May
yeah,
not pay to analyze. We got a whole bunch of games, so yeah, and I only put a few tiny notes in this game because it's relatively straightforward. Besides, um, to say there was a bad sacrifice. It's not
yeah,
justified. It's not horrible, but
it's a bit too aggressive. Yes, and I'm seeing bishop h7 coming. Oh, he didn't play bishop h7. Bishop h7 is lethal here because then knight takes g7.
and the computer prefers um, bishop takes d5 in order to
Put
place
a
a pawn
pawn.
there. I guess.
Ah, you want a pawn on h7. So greedy. Okay, so, but instead, just a very slow move. Queen e2 takes. Rook takes. And rook takes means you get this annoying uh, pin, but oh well. Just takes, gives up the queen. It's not too bad. Queen g4. You've got to put a bishop down. It gives back the queen again. And black doesn't have enough to attack here. That's basically the problem. So black just backs off, and I think he's just going to milk the material advantage. Black just doesn't have material. So here I'd always go rook takes, surely.
And then because he has the tempo, he can't the he wants to keep the pin on the bishop, and because he's threatening pawn takes rook with queening,
Yeah, true.
play knight on d6.
But rook takes is just slightly safer. So king takes is obviously knight here, check, and so on. So, oh, and that happened. Here, takes the rook. Oh, but it doesn't matter. This is not going to end well for black. Basically, black never had enough material. Just a nice use of the pin here, dropping the queen here.
If you're a Crazyhouse player, like you're playing to attack and to mate, you're not playing. You don't play Crazyhouse because you're a positional player. You could be considered a positional Crazyhouse player, but here's an example where black just like you can't just throw your pieces haphazardly at your opponent's king. Um, but ironically, every time that black gets material, he just throws it at white's king.
I think that's a really important lesson for people around 1800, 1900. When you're a beginner Crazyhouse player, you need to learn how to attack. That's the difference between a 1500 and a 1700 or 1800. Is beginner players play too passively, but then to progress to the next level, you have to be able to balance it.
It has to be strategic. You can't just throw your pieces at your opponent. So here Eldebavra has regular setup. White tries for the castle fianchetto safety setup. In terms of the computer analysis, there weren't any really great or bad moves. I think I put the note like here was a point where bishop at h6 was a bad move. However, he didn't play the right move. Whenever I
Take
guess
it.
bishop h6 kind of looks good, but yeah, I mean he could just take it with the queen, or he could take the knight. And I guess the computer's saying, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, um, knight h5, and black is feeling quite a bit worse here. But
Can we just say
whatever
why?
reason,
Can we just say why a second? Because the reason why is because the queen can't go here. Because if the queen goes here, there's a knight here, check. And if the queen goes here,
queen,
you get a trade of queens, and that's not good because white
you
gets
just do knight takes g7, or and
white gets to start an attack, and you can't take this back because it's mating, and it means that this knight's coming out again and going on a a little bit of a spree. Cole Alva says, I have a hypothetical question. Okay, if you got your hands on a Bughouse PGN, would you be able to analyze it? Yeah, the answer is no, I wouldn't. But if you give me an individual fen, I could stick it on Lichess. And that wouldn't be a proper Bughouse analysis. I've done human
okay,
analysis,
yes.
but not Bughouse. Because
So he
so
plays.
yeah, I wanted to just this is worth
Just
takes,
explaining why you can't do Bughouse on this.
and the point is also I just want to explain why you can't back off because now queen takes here works. Knight at f6. This is quite important. And now this is force mate. If you go here, this is mate, and if you take it, you've got a queen in hand is mate. So that's why it's so strong. The bishop takes f6 and knight h5. That's why it's so strong.
It's
Yeah,
one of the moves where if you don't find the right refutation, you don't realize that you need to sacrifice or do something aggressive, and then all of a sudden, black has the advantage. So what looks like a harmless, like okay, just block it, stick the knight in there, and but no, knight e4 is it's not a great move. Here it says knight g6 or king h8 is even better, but just even knight e4.
so
Uh,
the problem with knight e4 is
I guess he could have.
you're self-pinned. Like, if you take the knight, I can't even take back with the knight. I have to take back with the pawn. So now white gets the initiative. It's white's move again. That's
White
that.
has the chance to to do the same move he didn't do last time.
Exactly, exactly. So,
Instead, he takes with the bishop, just giving up his powerful defensive bishop. And then he loses his queen, but taking the queen wasn't the right move. So this is an unfortunate chain of events where at this point, um,
Yeah, let's see that. Why is taking the
Gotta
queen?
do dx e4. Taking with the knight, just doesn't work. So dx e4, and then black is slight advantage.
Can I see
But
bishop takes queen. Sorry, bishop takes queen
that's what
now.
he did. Bishop takes queen. But at this point, after he does knight takes e4, he's substantially worse. But
Yes. So
I mean that's.
what should he be doing after knight takes knight? So knight takes knight. He does this. Okay, just
I
let.
mean, this point it doesn't really matter what he does.
Yeah. So bishop takes queen is correct. So bishop takes queen. Bishop takes queen. Now let's just see why that's a problem. We're going too quickly. Okay. So
Why I think we're going too slowly, but yeah,
no, going too quickly means yeah. Um,
we're going too quickly to cover all the analysis. But we're still in the game 7.
I know. But I want to see
So
just so where's White's mate here? Knight at f6. Oh, he's given the lines here. Knight f6, king h8. Yes, the three knights mate. This is a very famous mate. White's got
he
three
makes
knights. This is what I wanted to
mates.
see. So he has this. If you take it, and if you take it this way, you have this smothered mate. So this is quite important. So that's yes, that's a miss. That black missed this knight f6, and if you take the knight, then there's knight at knight h6 doesn't work. It's knight e7 that works, and then you. Oh my, this is hard to see. You have to sack the queen, and then this knight stops the escape. But you have another knight in hand, so if the king runs up, it's just knight here. Oh no, it's not knight there, but knight here is even better, and pawn here is checkmate. Well, eventually. Okay, so that was very beautiful. That's what I would have wanted to see. Yeah, cool. But White missed that and went for knight e7 instead. So king h8
So
grabs the
okay,
pawn.
so you got okay.
You take over
You
then.
okay? So now black has the advantage, threatening mate. I guess he decides putting the queen in there, and he just trades it. Some sloppy play here, and it's funny that he doesn't just play bishop f3 here. He grabs the bishop, and so a lot of like a lot of second best moves here. But you could see the time pressure also is coming down, and
Yeah, White is getting in basically. That was weak earlier.
I mean somehow white botches this up, and that's not necessarily the high quality game here. He says he makes a mouse slip, um, and still somehow gets lucky in mates.
Yep, nice mate.
Not necessarily a high quality game. I think I made some notes, so we should probably do these extremely quick. But just to go through some of the lower boards, that would have been like the 1800 to 2000 section. But El Dababra now is a expert Crazyhouse player after last season, so this is like the 16 to 1800 section, and some common games. And I think I made notes where um, something happens and just like a3. Um, yeah, I mean, you should have just taken on c4. Just like kind of uh, beginner mistakes, and
So why take on c4? That doesn't look good.
saying here he should have taken. He should just play bishop takes c4
But
and
then knight
allowed.
takes here.
Yeah, so whatever reason he was.
Yeah,
I mean, he could try.
I'd be very scared of taking here unless I had something very concrete. Apparently, this is okay. I mean, that's quite surprising. We're okay. We lost a rook, but we're okay. Okay, that's quite good. So the key here is the f1 square, I guess, is free. So that's yeah, okay. Yeah, that is quite
Even if
counterintuitive.
you defend it, this a3 doesn't do it. So
True,
the
true.
a3 didn't help him, and
Doesn't help at all. Yeah.
he's down a whole boatload of material here. Um, and
Beautiful.
eventually pounds through. So as you showed, there's interesting games on the lower boards, and this is still this is still only board 4. So we got board 5 and 6. Knight f4. So is it premature? Better to finish development.
So the
I
problem with
would
knight
see that.
f4 is it can be taken. That's just straight up. Knight f4 would be a great move if it can't be taken, but it can be just taken. That's the problem. And yeah, hi there, Justbold and Jarl Karlander Bughouse. Welcome.
Okay, and that's c5. I'm looking like Lannick's not on my team, but it's like, why is he playing on the queen side here? Playing on the wrong side of the board.
Correct. Yeah.
And but still fresh players. They don't know all the mating and attacking ideas. Best way to go about it, but just throw pieces near the king. Doesn't always work. So e7. It's a nice idea, but at this point, white needed to defend e7, and he's got enough material. He had enough material. He had a queen takes e7 was better. So whatever
So
he does
apparently
here,
the move
queen
he
e8.
missed is this.
Yeah, that rook a3 is pretty powerful with check. And so all of a sudden white's winning. So these lower boards, but then then he at this point he plays bishop takes f3, and his king's either escaping back to the corner or going to win the rook, but instead he goes for the check, and this time he's able to finish him off.
Yep.
Not necessarily the most. So now we're already on board 5. So I added in like during the season because I wanted to help out my team. So I'm the one who a few people tried annotating their own games, but so I noted because this was board 5. Ironically, the computer thinks black is better here, or relatively taking the knight is not the best move. Because I think Moha, this was maybe the first time he would have seen this.
Oh no, I've played a lot with Moha, so I trained him up in season 6. So he's my disciple.
Good. Well, so I analyzed his games here.
Yeah,
So knight d2, what I put
but
at h6.
he does blunder
If she
mates
goes
and stuff.
6, he could do knight c3. So knight d2 is an unfortunate move. And then so the rook attack, and now already he's worse. And black, good strategy, just keep on placing material, attacking the queen. And here
Oof.
weak player not doing things with check, but at this point, even the knight at night, but
I think he was
his left.
ill on this day. But yeah.
If you just plug these into the computer and look for the main point where the assessment shifts. So here, like bishop e6 seems pretty obvious. Bishop at e6, bishop
Yeah, so it's
e6
really important to
with
use
some.
new material. I always teach this to beginning Crazyhouse players. You have pieces in hand, use them. And of course, when you get more advanced, it's like don't waste your material and stuff. But yeah, you have to use your pieces in hand.
It's interesting here. Like it looks like a good move here. This idea here
It doesn't work.
of Figala. Figala. It's a like, and he's around pretty often. He's a good guy, but knight. It looks like a good move, but it just
It doesn't work
doesn't quite work because he brings the
because
rook into the fray,
the
and
knight defends. So you get an extra attacker, but you also get an extra defender. That's why it doesn't work. So it's just wasting a piece.
here, like, still pushing the pawn.
Yeah, you use
Bishop
new
at c3
pieces. Yeah, use your pieces in hand. Don't waste them.
now. And here he had all these pieces. He could have just tempoed the queen. Um, there he gets the right idea eventually. Um, and rook at d8. What is this? Just a blunder. Why is this a blunder? Well, bishop at g7 is more better attacking move. Rook at d8 is a blunder because
So
it allows the
so
not
basically,
because of that move.
so,
Bishop b6, I guess.
okay. So the problem with rook and d8 basically is this rook is already defended, so it doesn't threaten anything. So rook at d8 would be a great move if there wasn't a knight here, because then you'd be threatening rook takes, king takes, rook here, checkmate. The reason why rook at d8 isn't good is it doesn't threaten anything. You have to do moves which create threats. So yeah, in this position, it's recommending
And
queen
you got
at
to do the counting
f5 because it creates a threat. Rook at d8, there's no threat. You just ignore it.
or just what I put in the notes, bishop at g7, because you're threatening queen mate immediately. But I
Yeah.
mean, just this is simple chess rules. Like if you count the squares, like how many times is f8 defended twice? How many times is g7 defended once? So it's a weaker. You have a direct point of attack right here,
Well, unless you had a
or
knight in hand, yeah.
queen down.
So if you had a knight in hand, then there would be rook takes, knight here, check, and checkmate. Uh, so yeah, rook at d8 is just yeah. Again, it would be a good move in many positions. It just doesn't work in this position. So it requires calculation.
Just thinking. I mean, you could see he's going through some of the right thought processes, and then, but
Yeah. No, rook d8.
knight g6
Basically, in
was
most
just
positions,
completely
rook d8 would be good.
unnecessary.
Basically, rook d8 would be a strong move in almost any position. It just doesn't work here. Yeah, and it needs some
The knight
calculation.
d6 knight e6 is just it's bad because of queen. Queen takes e6 is a powerful move, but um, either way, that wasn't it wasn't necessary to defend that another time, and now he just walks into mate. Like at this point he could have king. He's got to do knight takes.
Knight takes, absolutely. Knight takes. White doesn't have a knight to
Somehow
get in.
he
Yep,
can't do knight takes rook because the queen opens up the file for mate in one.
yep.
Blacks with the rook there, and the knight
Oof,
is
that is painful.
mohawk.
Painful
So
loss. Yep.
okay, so this is our lowest board,
Polylogarithmique.
arithmetic, or I said French.
Yep.
So we do at d2.
Kind of like the idea.
It's a good idea, it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Okay.
Although, yeah, it does free up this knight, but at this point,
Oh, now
now
you're
he's
losing
just
everything. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. That's not right. Yep.
this is just
Yeah, you just lost everything.
unfortunate.
I thought it was a really nice idea. Yeah, it is unfortunate. It doesn't quite work. And now your position is dead.
He plays that perfectly. He blocks off the escape and mate.
Yeah, amazing from Hiram Potternews. I have to say, credit to him for the play there.
Well played game. Even though he was only 1500. Like once he saw it, he played it. F5 here. Um, um, so I think here, like at F7 is so much better. I think because obviously you're going to win the house, but this is good also.
I don't know.
Bishop
I'm
E2.
worried that Black's suddenly going to win this game.
It's funny, Bishop E2, like because now you really got to find the mate. But Black
Well,
could have
Bishop
played
E2 doesn't threaten mate. That's the problem.
it only threatens to win the queen.
Yeah.
So uh, you know, so he has a mate here with knight. But this is just cleans up, and eventually I teach kids how to play chess, and like I'll teach them how to mate with a king and queen, and I'll sit there and do it like 10, 20 times, and she's like, now do it quicker. Once they finally get it, and it's like, we'll do it quicker, and keep on doing it till they could do it without wasting any moves. So Crazyhouse trainings like that. You're just like find the mate, find a quicker mate.
Develop your pieces. So in this position, almost any good player will just automatically play d3, even though it can just be blocked. People will still play d3 just because it develops the bishop. And then they do this. Or they take it and then do that to get an extra piece. And then do this, maybe. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of games to get through. I don't know how much time you
Yep.
wanted to dedicate to this,
Sorry, yeah.
or
Of
I did want
course.
to just go through those games really quickly. They'll show them because there's some interesting games on the lower boards, and a lot of these players are better now. So if you look in season 6, I think a lot of these players are a good few hundred points higher. So let me check. Did the finisher annotate? Uh, okay, so um, finisher only annotated game 1, I think. So I left his game unannotated because I was thinking he was going to annotate his own game and didn't. So I don't know if you just want to play through his game. There's no annotation or comment. So I assume Crazy Home. I've played him a good few times. I think he has a
Yeah,
positive
we
record
can just
against
go
me.
through to the next game if you annotated the next game.
Okay, so you just want to skip this?
Yeah, we can do. But the next he hasn't.
Because you want
Yeah.
the next one, me and you, and so I don't know if you saw my commentary um, of what I was thinking. So you'll get to see that. You want to do it, or you want me to?
Yeah, yeah. Let's go. I mean, we will. But you start, and I'll jump in.
Okay, so I looked at some of your games beforehand, and I saw that this was likely what we're going to get. And so I saw Bishop C4 was the best computer move, but I'd been playing D4 regularly because this is a very common opening we're in here. So I guess um, ironically, knight x d5 is the most popular. Bishop c4 is the second most popular, even though knight x d5 is, I mean, I guess it's obvious why most people just grab the material, and it's good to have pieces to place. So we have a pretty straightforward game. Um, Bishop g5, not the greatest move. Knight x d5 wasn't even the greatest, but they're simple logical moves. I was looking for something to do and didn't come across the greatest move,
So
but
yeah,
it's not the end of the
the point of
world.
Bishop E7, I'm developing, and I'm developing with tempo. Yeah.
So we place at e5 and 4. I'm worried about your knight or something, so it's still not the greatest move. And you have at e4, so I'm already losing material. Um, Knight e3. This still ended up a interesting game. So I made a series of dubious moves here and needed quick counterplay, not just to be defending a worse position. And so you take pawn takes. And so my knight e3, at least I'm coming in here with tempo on your queen. And um, your knight at g2 is not the best. Pawn at g2, just winning material, is better. Even knight takes queen. Um, so
So,
the computer didn't
but
like
the
my
mistake
strategy
was
worked here.
here, wasn't it? No, it's here. Taking the knight. That's the problem. No, taking the knight's. Okay, I see. This is really hard to see. Queen b4 check. Okay, that was the mistake. Why? I
Was
don't.
the take on b2. You just win the pawn
Oh, I
on
see.
b2.
Okay.
I have no material. Yeah, I'm going to be in really bad condition. You're just going to win another pawn, and I'm in a complete cramp with no material to place.
Yep. Okay, so didn't do
Here
something.
you've allowed me counterplay, and not only you allow me counterplay, like now it's shifted almost to my advantage, back to my advantage.
Yeah,
Um,
that was a good find though.
Computer prefers on g5, but because I think c3 was better. So this was a minor mistake. Just doing pushing c3 or at c3, and I guess I was seeing ghosts. Um, uh, then that slips away my advantage because I can't take back with the queen. So this was just really bad. C3 or at c3, but when I do here, I can't take back with the queen because the fork. And but your queen's still on pre. So I mean, you could have tried to check first, but I would have just blocked. So you um, bring your queen back, and I try at d6. So this was an interesting position. I remember thinking about knight at f6, which was the best move here. But it's very tough to find the best continuation forward. And I'm looking like like my knight's hanging. Um, I could lose the pawn on d4, and then you get a queen trade, get your queen into it. And I figure, oh, d6, that's an interesting move. I'm threatening knight takes c7, or just blocking you up there. Um, Bishop a5, that covers. That's going to defend your c7 square. And I should have still just played c3 or king c1. Bishop at c3. Now I'm too late. So at this point, I should have just taken the pawn, and I've messed up my attacking chance. And here you could just sack the queen,
I did. Yep.
and I messed this up. I think I tried to like flag you here or something, but I mean I didn't flag you, but I saw you were low on time, so I wanted to keep the pressure on, and I make this point. So you play knight e4, so you're low on time and have a hard time finding the best continuation.
Oh,
So after
knight
knight
e4
e4,
looks okay. It looks
it's hard
decent,
to
but
say. Knight
it's a
e4 looks
blunder.
fine. Whatever reason, it's not the best move. Like is a matter for the analysis. But considering you only had less than a minute left here, and you do have four whole minor pieces, and king e1, and I'm just fine. If I know I only spent like I did spend 30 seconds there, but I guess king e1, and I could just sacrifice the queen, so I didn't. Um,
Yeah, very nice.
then I mean, even if you could do a knight f3, knight f3 first, which I guess is better. But um,
Yep, I've got
I
nothing.
think I saw this, but so let's just say you take it.
It's mate in one.
Yeah, because the knight's pinned, so you just can't. So king e1, and I'm better, but like I'm seeing ghosts, and couldn't calculate it well enough. Because you do have a lot of threats there, um, and you do have mate here, but you didn't find the best move.
Oh, it's
Um,
fine. This way I get an extra pawn, right?
Actually, you do still have. Well, I mean, you.
I pick up an extra pawn here. Yeah.
Okay, so here, ironically, your only mate here is knight at a4, and what you play
Oh,
is losing. But
yeah.
I play the wrong thing. It's really ironic, because what would you think? I mean, you're sacking a knight either way, so it's tough to find. I don't know if you want to go through the analysis,
Yeah.
and you end up mating me anyways, and I make a few just like horrible moves trying to pressure you in time. But knight a4 does have a mate. I'm not sure if you want to just pound through, or if you want to go through that analysis.
I, oh yeah. I mean, we can leave it to puzzles for another day if you want. It's up to you.
So we got a lot to get through. So
Yeah,
yeah,
let's
knight
we can keep
a4.
going.
You did have a fourth mate, and you go for the knight c4. Obviously, you got to do one of the two.
Yes.
Like you got to give up one knight in order to do the other.
Yep.
And knight a4 is the only mates. This doesn't, but I butcher it up. So here,
Important move.
um,
Yeah.
so king b3 is substantially better than king a3. So if I play king, b3 here, um, you're in a bind. You really don't have anything.
Yep.
And not threatening mate in one, but here it's already saying you should just retreat the knight and take f6. So I don't know. When I play king a6, um, I guess my idea was, okay, you're gonna you're gonna play the bishop check, and then I'm gonna snap your knight, which snapping your knight was really bad. So here, if I just play king to b3 now, you're also in substantial amount of trouble, and you can't even get away with taking my rook.
It's me.
You're gonna get mated, So um, I grabbed the knight, and you could see like I'm trying to press you on time. I'm spending here less time than you are, because you're down to 30 seconds here, and so it does say, I'm actually lost after king takes knight. I'm lost because you're winning the queen with check,
Yep.
and Okay, so I got to take it, and then really just seeing ghost here. Like I play King C1, and then I'm like, I could take your Rook AD1 is just winning, and I don't know what I was thinking if I thought like maybe you had a mate here, like with A3 or I could really just run. So I don't know what I was thinking that I got scared and I only spent um I gained I didn't spend any time on this move at all. So I don't know how, like I just had a basically a one game here and then and then now I'm just made it. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add or just go to game two
Yeah,
since
let's
there
go
was
on.
some
Yeah, you got revenge. In fact, I think this is the first game, but yeah.
so I lost my white, and I knew we were gonna have an opening like this, and I like mainline. I like playing e5. I didn't want to play d5, so I played the d6 so I could play that. And um, I could have played e5 right away. So here I probably I I guess I could have played e5. I take and I get my e5, take bishop g5, bishop e7, take, and so I saw. Yeah, I looked at your games beforehand, and I looked at like, and even me and you had played a few games, so I analyzed the game that we had played in the past where we had a very similar situation, and I saw that the last time we had played, you you beat me like in a mate here, but I saw that it didn't work, so I actually kind of speculated that something like this would happen,
you
and you would
you
sacrifice,
tempted
and
me.
it wouldn't be
Yeah,
sound. And well, no, I mean, I saw that's the opening you play, and this was just
yeah,
naturally
yeah.
how it would come out. So,
This is,
saying you,
by the way, this is
and I
the
think even in the chat, your teammates were upset, like, oh, Bishop, you sacked too much, but like,
so, so
you could have played.
so. By the way, this opening up the D file, exchanging queens quickly. This is how you beat 1500s quickly.
I play this almost every time, So
Yeah,
this this line with opening the queen, this is my defense in black against D4. The D6 E5,
yeah,
and so now I've seen like at this point, yeah, I'd only played a good few hundred games of Crazyhouse, and I wasn't familiar with these D4 lines, and you had beaten me with it before. So, I guess you decide to use the bishop instead of the pawn, because obviously you need the pawn, because you need it to queen when you eventually, stick the pawn down there, and then something on the last file,
yeah, yeah.
you need
Stockfish
the
is
queen.
saying
So you
bishop at
use
D7 best move, by the way, on my computer.
so
So it's
um
not a mistake. Yeah, but
here's your mistake. So here you have to play queen d5, and then I
takes
guess do I could do
takes
bishop d6 or king
yeah,
d7. So
yeah.
here
Queen
you're
D5
already
takes
worse.
C7. Yeah,
I saw this, like there's some positions where you have a mate and you could do like rook takes d5, and like the second pawn is going to win, but
yeah.
it's not enough. So you're continuing at this point to go for the attack and the second pawn, because like here, in a different world, like pawn at d2, king c8, queen at e8, rook takes, and then if you have the second pawn, but so this is, I guess, your idea. You're going to grab the second pawn, but it's still not going to be enough to mate. So you take um, just king here, and your queen. You do the queen at e8, and it's just not enough because pawn here, and I could move up, and
It
we
looks
have this
dangerous.
little interesting
It
position.
looks dangerous
I
as
saw
heck.
this like
Yeah,
from the point I looked back a bunch of moves. I saw this position, and I
yeah.
saw, oh, maybe you have some sort of perpetual. I don't even think you have a perpetual. It's like if I thought if you would play knight here, um, knight c5, that um, d8, and then if you I could play king d8 and I'm okay. But I thought that maybe I was going to go up and it'd be a perpetual. But
Yeah,
so because our team at this point, we were the last game to play, and all I needed was a draw of one game for our team to win.
indeed.
But so you needed the win. The draw didn't help. So you take here, and it is really just not enough. Um, but I got to find the attack right. So at this point, you probably could have tried making a few more checks, but it's not going to help. So, rather than waste your
Defend, yeah. It's actually
remaining
defensive.
pieces making a check, you make threats and possibly defensive move. The bishop there could cover knight squares or whatever. Um, and I have a mate here. Like, I was sure I had a mate. I could have tried playing defensive, and yeah, I figured I played the bishop down here first. Why not? Um, King down, king takes, and that was the idea. Take the rook. I have two knights, so you got to be careful if I do the knight at c3 first. So I thought quite a bit, a little bit here. I thought it through before I did it, and I guess I thought a good few minutes there. But um, yeah, so knight at a3 has to be played first, and then here, and out. I take the rook check,
Yeah,
and
good move.
I
Yeah,
just have too much material.
it's well played. Yeah.
There's Marlin played a game for us this time, and he was playing Groggers. I guess Groggers was your
G
teammate
Rogers,
here.
yeah.
G. Rogers. Okay. Where is he? Yeah, he just missed that he could. The pawn on d4 is hanging. So left the pawn on d4 hanging. It's a move. Um, Still taking on d4. So just missed that. And then he comes up with an inferior defensive strategy. And he should have just traded away there, I guess, but doesn't. Which is unnecessary move on G. Rogers' part there. B2 wasn't needed. Could have attacked or defended
It looks
towards
solid,
the king.
but yeah.
Blunder here, right?
B2 looks
Oh no,
solid.
no,
I would play B2. I'd consider playing B2.
I consider it, but it's saying it's
Yeah,
I guess Queen G4 is
yeah,
the best
Queen G4 is
because Queen G4 is a really good move, or Knight H5. But saying that here than doing that, but he still has a fine advantage, so that's fine. Just wants to consolidate. Um,
yeah.
Ambitious, but at this point it's unclear whether he really could just sack this material and survive. I guess the queen trade is there like a mate.
Nope. The pawns are
Oh,
black
he
only
doesn't
has
need it.
diagonals. Everything's fine.
As a mate.
Yep. It's black who's getting
Okay,
mated.
so here Marlon, a lot of d4s.
So do you know that G Rogers has played more Crazyhouse games than anyone in the history of Crazyhouse? Probably.
I think he has a positive record against me. I played him a handful of times, not too many times. So
Yeah. So maybe
he's generic.
Metin 48 might have played more because he's got all these alts in the past. Metin 48 used to be Isaac someone, so he's played a lot as
W
well.
has a lot of games too. I don't know what kind of record there are. Oh, so White's kind of getting a little attack. He sacked a piece, and G. Rogers decides to grab her on c2, and it's not the best idea. Obviously, knight e6 just forks the queen, and he misses it. Um, he
Yep.
misses it again.
Yep.
That was pretty bad. Like you got to see those. I'm saying you don't have to, but you got to practice till you. That's going to cost you in your games to miss things like that. But White perseveres. So even though he didn't see that, he just keeps on pounding away there on f6, and
So I tell you what, Doovid.
eventually,
We've done a lot of studying today. So how about playing some just for fun, Crazy House 960 at a time control of your choice. So in other words, you can play as fast as you like on Pi Chess.
Me and you?
Yeah? Would you like that?
Uh, yeah, sure. Anything's fine. So,
So what time
do we even
control
want to
would you
finish
like?
this? Did you want to finish this round? This is mine, your team, or are you just saying like no one's watching, no one's enjoying this,
No,
they'd
no,
rather see games?
no. Okay, we can do. Oh, but we've done about 20. Say after this game and the next one, we'll have done 20 chapters. So that might be a good point to pause.
So White eventually perseveres through with this attack.
Yeah,
Um,
Marlock is a good
so
attacker.
all
That
these games are pretty good. Let me see if anything in these lower boards, if there's anything super interesting. So James Sog, nice attack here. Um, and he's able to convert it. Not in the most efficient way, but able to convert it.
was sneaky. Sneaky
I
finish.
mean, the type game you want to have where you have the attack and there's you your opponent never really even organized good counterplay. So even though he played the second, third best move many times in a row, he was always on the attack. White just has an easy mate here, so
Nice.
his attack fell through and work. Here's Moha against Cinnamon, one of the best Horde players. Cinnamon has a
Yes.
huge winning record against me in Horde, although I have won a few times against him. Moha that hole there. Cinnamon gets a little bit of counterplay.
He just wants to drive away
Um,
that knight, and then knight here is mate. So, but hard.
it wasn't enough. I don't know. A little too early.
He sacked too hard.
Preemptively
Yep.
giving up, and then he gets mated
Yeah.
himself.
Yes.
So close to the right idea, but you have to be exactly precise in these things. Crazy House will teach you precision like that. 'Cause when you turn a nice attack into a loss like that, um, you gotta have precision. Also, Cinnamon uh, just destroyed him. Cinnamon destroyed Moha, and I don't think I don't know how much Cinnamon has progressed in his Crazy House, but there he destroyed Moha pretty handily 2-0. Okay, so Black has got a nice attack. This is not my teammate. 0-0-0.
Oh yes. This is very interesting.
It's a pretty dynamic game.
Yeah.
Both sides there trying to get an attack together, and that now White has just sacrificed too much material.
Yep.
Um, Mate is imminent, so you just the nature of the material. You get exciting games on really all boards. I mean, you could see the second, third best moves or missing easy lines, but Crazy House, no matter how good or bad you play it, is always exciting. Uh,
Sorry. Sorry. I accidentally clicked something.
Queen X D5 just walks into easy mate, and Ellie here. Did he do better this round? He got a nice advantage pretty quickly out of the opening here as Black. Forget whether he was able to capitalize on it. I didn't even make any notes. So yes, he was able to capitalize, and White's just down a bunch of material and resigns.
Yep.
Sometimes, I mean, usually you got to play. Crazy House. You got to play to mate the king. You can't just play to win material, because mate is so easy. Just get a few pieces around the king and to mate it. So the typical strategies is winning material. Um,
Oh, nice.
yeah, Darubara, I guess, is your teammate. Put in some play there, but
I don't think he was my teammate. So he's my teammate this season. There's something funny going on.
this white is trying hard to defend, and I guess that wasn't the right path forward because he's threatening mate, and does he find the right? I forget whether yeah, I think he finds it here. I have to play it like that, but yeah, so that's the end through round 2. So there's another few rounds. There are good games through there, but if you want to close this out and go to I could meet you at Pie Chess.
Yeah, let's play some Crazyhouse 960 because I think we've done enough training for today, don't you think? It's about 2 hours of training, but it'd be fun to play some games.
Okay, so I'm there. Um,
Yep.
Log in. I don't know what you want to do. You want to do
So you said that the Crazyhouse 960 League is too fast for your taste. So what I want to propose is playing some Crazyhouse 960 at like a really fast pace. Like what's a good fast pace that you like?
3 minute
3 minutes
or
each?
five
3-0?
3 minute or 5 minute.
3-0?
I mean,
3-0
30,
or
50.
3? Yeah, I'm okay with 3, but you want +0 or +2?
I'd do it 3050, but if you need an increment,
Yeah, let's go
because
3-0. Okay.
yeah, I prefer I like the definity of having it going down to 0, as
So
opposed to
which do you
the
prefer,
increment of
3-0 or
zero.
5-0?
I guess quicker
Quicker is better. Okay.
quicker is probably more speed.
Quicker will satisfy your yearning
Um,
for some faster games. So let's go.
Ready.
Okay.
so pretty
Pretty interesting.
king in the center. Okay, so that you say pushing the pawn in the center. If there's a rook behind, it's a good idea. Open up a bishop. Pretty quickly, you got to open up the queen. So that blocks it, obviously, but queen would be. That's generally my 960 strategy in Crazyhouse or anything is open up my bishops and open up my queen, and unless there's some
Sounds good.
reason. I mean, sometimes there's a good reason why you would want to do something different than that. But okay, so just gonna open it up.
Whoa.
If you weren't gonna do that, I gotta do it. I definitely don't like these closed 960 positions. I mean, could put a lot of thought into it, maybe like Pepe or some of the players that really enjoy thinking about this stuff. Um, it's tough to play for the closed game in 960. Uh, where are we holding? Don't do banter blitz, like saying what you're thinking, even though I could hear you.
Yeah, I'm just stuck. So I don't know what I'm thinking is what the heck should I do here? I would be bantering. I'm just thinking. Hmm.
E6 isn't quite. I mean, I see I have the hole on E6, but you can't quite manipulate it. Like obviously, bishop on C4 to try to double attack. I'm just going to be able to tempo you on with a pawn at E4. So I'm unclear what you could do here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I guess I could, get that. I guess. Just go here.
Check.
Seven. Finish me off there. Ooh. Somehow that didn't work out the best for you there.
Check. Check.
So I'm gonna go all in. That's
Check.
why I like the definitiveness of the time control. Just like go for it. All for all or nothing.
Check. Check.
3 square. I needed that D3 square.
Check.
That should be mate.
Check. You lose.
Well played. Yeah, it's hard to commentate as well as playing. Unless we'll see. So rematch.
It's pretty even for a while. Yeah, I don't know if you want to look at these or you just want to keep on playing.
Yeah, this is just fast.
Okay.
We could.
Ready.
We could. Let's see if they come out okay on the screen as well. I haven't checked that. Yeah, they seem to be perfect. Oh, we could look at them, but maybe we'll play a few. I don't know. It's difficult.
So we'll keep with the same strategy. Open up the bishop, move the pawn that's defended by the rook. Open up my queen. On A7 is defended by the knight, but so you see, force me to play there. Double. Back.
Check.
Bishop on the board. With a rook, if I take it. I guess that's probably okay. Here.
So hi there, Chess Maria. That's an uncomfortable move. That's a move saying I'm very uncomfortable.
wasn't uncomfortable. I just, but the pawn structure, like I didn't like that pawn setup, so I think I'm safer with my, giving king c2 if I need it. Even if I played the pawn at c3, that was just a waste. I could have played a pawn at d3. So you get right in on me. We'll see.
check,
Just defend my knight. And on b4 on me. Okay. I have to do that, but because if you're not going to say anything since we're streaming, I'll bant.
Oh,
Try
okay.
a little.
That's okay. Okay, sorry. It's just
So you got 2 queens for 4 pieces. So it's an interesting dynamic. You might get a piece back, but at least I got, you gotta place all your pawns to do it. Back, but hopefully you don't have anything. You got to retreat, and I'll be able to minor piece fortress going here, and hopefully your major pieces are going to be clumsy. So both approaching under a minute here. He has
it's annoying.
2 queens for it, so he wasn't able to hold on to that piece. Yeah, I don't really have any here.
check,
Okay, so a few pawns you got there. So there. Okay. I'm gonna lose on time.
check,
What about the other one? Gonna be able to. I don't have my mouse
victory,
plugged in, so I can even make quick moves there at the end if I want. I'm just using my push pad.
We could have increment if you want.
I like the definitive of
You like
having
it?
no increment.
Okay.
ready,
Just because we get to see a lot of game. You're just like, especially knowing your analysis. You just a definitive. You got to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like to
Okay.
see more setups, more games.
Okay, what should we do here? Do this.
Yeah, I guess. Say you general strategy. Want to open up the bishops and
Yep.
the queen. Take the center. So
We have the same philosophy of this game.
yeah, I mean that's what my 960 strategy in general. If you could grab the center and open up your bishops and queens.
It's a little bit risky to grab too much space, obviously, because
It's also risky to grant you that space.
yeah.
If I let you push there on e5, I might just be sitting on a crap game.
check, check,
Maybe you could have tried F2 there. Are you really just going to walk right into that? H2, but clear follow up. I was almost going to say it, but yeah, that fork was
check,
there for like multiple moves.
Oh, oh, oh. That is annoying. Yeah, it's a good move.
Come back from that one. It was there for like 2 or 3 moves.
Yep. That's a
Ed,
problem.
Ed Troy's watching us.
Did I take the... Yep, yep, yep.
But
check,
Yep, 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 yep. Yep, indeed. So I need to defend both G1 and F1, which is not realistic. So I'll do this. Okay, just keep on harassing you.
probably just take that, but I might have a knight, so let's just
you
check.
lose,
Oh yeah, that's true. That was bad.
ready,
Okay, same position
Another
again.
strategy, so for the center pawn here for the bishop. So it's unclear. I could go c4 or d4 or c3 or f3. I got my rating to just over 1900 on 960, and there's not that many players. Like I think I'm already like top 350 on the server. So even 1900 is pretty strong on 960. But some of these times, if you see the center, you're just destroyed. The rest of the game. Like you have these. So you have to have a proper combination. Minus the Crazyhouse factor, just 960 in general, of opening up your bishops and making a claim for the center. And you probably have to do that at the 960, but then obviously you're going to have a lot of open squares. Like Pepe
Oh,
was
what have
able
I
to
done?
really
Yeah,
hammer those.
yeah. Sorry, I just was not, I was unhappy with my play. Yeah, yeah, indeed.
I don't even know why 8-6. Yeah, I mean your knight on c6 is just hammering in your bishop. So, so on developing, and you're not in good position to develop here. Like I don't know what a computer analysis, how much of an advantage I have here, but just it's unclear how you're going to move forward. You got to move your knight. Um, so the positional crushes in 960 could be much worse than in regular chess because
Yes.
just the nature of
check,
hanging.
Yep.
check,
Okay, but I'm just that knight's gonna hurt you probably worse than it's
check,
just that tail of that bishop this game. forward. Yes, pawn here. I could have taken the knight, the pawn there on b7. That was probably the best move.
Yep.
D3, so I'm a little bit careful with my queen. Could prove useless in defense, and if you get one of these knights, and I don't have mate, so some of the pressure on you, and just get that pawn out of there, play it safe.
check,
Ways that you're going to do that.
check, check,
And that.
check, 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 check,
So
victory,
Nice.
it's tough to know how to go forward on the. That's why I say just play the
ready,
3 minute, because you could analyze it forever and just figure like, okay, like attack or defend and go with the best thing you find.
Yeah. So the thing about this game, which is like even more frustrating than Crazyhouse, basically you can be doing really well, like you were doing really well that last game against me, and then it all changes really suddenly.
Because you have more weaknesses. I
Yep.
mean, one thing, even if you don't technically have more weaknesses, maybe all your squares are covered. You're not used to the arrangement of the pieces.
Exactly.
And in order to get your pieces out, like King's Crusher, where he says weakness of the last move, you got to open up your files, and all of those are going to create weaknesses opening up your files. So there's much more likely to have substantial weaknesses in your position.
Yeah. So I could take it. If I take it, take it. So tempting.
It's unclear if you
check,
have any advantage here, and the computer analysis is too slow to have a clear. Bishop, are you just gonna put a pawn there on b5? Pawn
Yep.
there on b5, no matter what I do.
Yep. 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 Good. If I go bishop, I checked it.
Defended.
So what do I do here? feel like this is an important move, but I can't see.
I gotta admit, I don't like your rook at c5. I think it's an interesting. Annoying move. So
Yep.
I guess your knight's not. I mean, so you blocked off my bishop, but I don't know if your knight is doing much there for you.
No, just being annoying.
So I don't know long term if that really is going to benefit you. Here we go. Here, take that. There's a good threat there.
That's kind of the ultimate way of ignoring, of blocking that threat, isn't it? So Chess Murray, you want to play a game of Bughouse? Okay, this is discussing Bughouse in 10 minutes. They're going to play each other. Cool. Have fun, guys.
Rooks here, but I don't see immediately. Yeah, I gotta. Well, I have.
check, check,
Rooks here. So
check, check,
Oh my goodness. Yes, okay. For a second I thought I hung mate.
yeah, well, I only have a rook to play.
Mm-hmm.
Scramble now. Tough to know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
check, check, check,
Good one. Force me and you found the mate.
No, but King G7?
victory,
What do I do after King G7?
Oh, but you didn't find the mate. Okay, that's like the definitiveness of having just a few seconds to make a move.
That's just so annoying. Looks like I want to find the mate, it's just like I can't see. Is there a mate there in that final position? There is mate. Knight f6, King f8. There is mate now. Bishop at d6, King g7. Bishop d6, King g7, new knight to h5. Oh, and the rook No, knight to h5, knight h5. Reveal the rook, and then rook g8. Okay, so that's what I missed.
Check.
Good one.
Check.
Okay, I'm trying to send a rematch, but it's not letting me. Let's
I
try.
think I already rematched you.
Should we go? I'll go to the main.
Okay, yeah, I went back in the lobby. If,
Create a game. Yeah.
Ready.
I like the the new pieces also, like the grand chest. That looks like it'll be interesting at some
Yeah, it's
point.
amazing. Gonna
Enough
do.
interest. Yeah, obviously it's a lot of work on the server to make the server up to speed. Also to that players will come in here playing this.
Yep. Oh, I could win a pawn. Tempting.
Yikes.
It's a gambit, because I lose a good piece too. What's the idea? Okay, I feel like you're trying to threaten something. It's just a hunch.
I mean, bishop e2 is the obvious threat, winning your queen for 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Even just to build up pressure, queen e7 first. But
Yeah.
bishop h3 obviously could
What if I just tried to do the same thing on you? Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna go try and do something smarter. Smarter.
Yeah. Knight there. I don't know if you're making a threat. So an extra defender on e7.
I'm taking a long time because I don't know why. No excuse.
I don't think that was your
Check.
best move. You needed that pawn to black.
Check. Check.
Sure.
Check.
Okay.
Check. check, 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 check,
There's no mate. No mate.
check, check,
But there is flag.
check, check,
I'm not to mate myself.
check,
So I got
check.
up for the king up for the mate.
You lose.
It was
Darn,
actually mate.
that was so annoying.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have gone to the
The
back
king
rank.
D7.
I forgot your king was an attacker.
Ready.
Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one with the bishops both on the long diagonals. Very
Do you go
interesting.
D4 or E4? E4. Maybe I should have B3 or something first, but okay. I'll take it. Take the pawn. H3, win it back right away.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Check.
Cheers.
Yeah, but
Yeah, this is good.
castle here. It's not letting me castle here.
No, you moved
isn't
your
it?
rook. I
Oh, I
stole
moved
your
my rook, that's why.
I
Good,
stole
it
your
didn't start
castling.
there.
I stole your castling rights.
I'm trying to castle there. Move if it was possible. H3 probably, or you do. What's it all mean?
What
Check.
does it all mean?
Check.
So what's the situation here?
Good material.
Oh, that was not smart. Yeah, that's not smart. What have I done?
Basically have to take now, or else I'm
Kinda.
going to take.
What else? What else? Push. To knight takes. I don't know. I don't like what I just did there, but
I don't know what
okay.
you're thinking about. I mean, you got to take, or else I'm going to take.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I made mistakes. Such a minor positional error, but not good.
We should just do that. And those pawns look like they're going to be really annoying for you.
Check.
Yeah.
Anything better?
Check.
Take it.
Check.
Okay, done. Done with you now.
Let's threaten. Okay. Rook. Gonna give me that knight. Okay. But rook e8 is
Check.
also.
There is something. There is something here, surely.
Check.
I don't know.
Just
Guess
do
yes,
this.
probably. You don't.
Oh yeah.
Check.
We do have a knight. All right. Look at that.
Check. 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 You lose.
Oh, sorry. I left the board. Rematch.
Open up.
That was tough. That was tough.
Check.
Yeah, I went back to the lobby, I guess. If you wanna do 5-0 or 3-0?
No,
I
no. I
like the
mean, no,
definitive.
this is good. This is good.
No, like on that.
Check.
And, just get to see a
It's good. It was good. I mean, it was close.
strategy.
I mean, I'm not even sure if I was losing in the final position because I just block on h5. So it's a good game.
Check.
And that's the fun of the definitive amount of the time. Just like
Okay, I went back to the lobby because I can't see the rematch.
Ready.
I'm getting myself an established rating on this website.
below average, 1500. Like all you got to do is not play to be 1500, and both of us would be better off if we just never played.
You're funny.
It's the setting there that
How come? How come?
is want material. Like, I don't like not having any material.
How's that winning
It does
material?
open up
Check.
I didn't say it's winning material. I just said I wanted some material. I didn't
Oh, I
wanna-
see. You wanted material. It's a big difference. I thought.
your bishop here is blunted, and just had a feeling that my light squared bishop was going to be better than the black, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, especially the way you did it there. Now you gotta.
It's good, no?
relatively safe. My knight covers c2.
I can do this though. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh god, I'm such an idiot. Such an idiot.
I think it, I mean, even if I couldn't just take it, I don't even see what your threat is.
exactly.
I can't even give you a take back on that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I don't even quite see what you're threatening.
Oh dear.
I was thinking I would play like knight f5 or something. I mean, knight c4 but
Oh my word.
Rook a1's actually Rook a8's a pretty serious threat. You probably can't even get away with like knight b5 because of Rook a8.
Aye. I made mistakes.
You can't even didn't even stop that.
I did what I could.
Your help.
Basically, I made mistakes. I
Take the key,
yeah.
obviously. Finish. Can I finish you off here, or did I not have a finish off?
Nope. Yeah, oh, maybe. No, you don't. You've got no checks.
Check.
You've got no checks.
Can you afford to play something? Do you gotta?
Yep.
Well,
Check.
Oh, that. Interesting.
I mean, you had to play it on e6 if you're gonna play it, or play c6.
So what's the threat of this? Trying to figure it out. King
I'm just gonna play
f8.
knight takes f7 next move.
King f8. Knight takes f7. Ooh. If rook there, he just takes it. Yeah, the bishops are doing a good job covering, actually.
Rook b1. Your part is a threat. I don't think so.
No, not really. Not good enough. So what can I do here? Let's see. I could take your knight, but then, yeah, then you're kind of attacking me. Yeah, what can I do here?
I mean, rook b1, just rook c1. That. I play like a defensive move like rook g7 or whatever. It's gonna all be over. I'm just gonna play rook down at a1.
Okay.
Threat. Well, I could play
Check.
here.
That's a smart move.
Was that good enough? No, double check
Check.
you. Well, at least I win
Check.
your rook, but you got nothing to block with.
Nothing I want to give up, yeah. Nothing I want to give up.
You lose.
Yep. Hey, how come the time passed so quickly that game? Okay,
Ready.
need to play faster.
These moves pretty much themselves. And if you're gonna play c3, I'm gonna play c6. I mean, these moves are pretty much in itself calls for. your idea was there. I was going to play c6 no matter what because I wanted to free my queen. So I don't know what your idea was there.
Yeah, neither do I.
I mean, c3 was just the logical move to put your queen out, and then probably you got to risk it and play e4. But
oh, I mean, I'm just being dumb.
I mean, I would just take your rook, but I don't even know if I want to take your rook or what I'm going to do with it.
Huh, exactly. I'm being so dumb.
I mean, that I think you got to stick to the basic opening. Sometimes, if you're playing a slower time control, and you could really think out if it's going to help you or not, but like generally, you got to stick to the basic opening idea. So maybe you're not lost. You already get given up material just to free your pieces, and I don't even have to take that.
Nope.
Ooh. I feel a little bit.
I lured you
Check.
in.
Check.
I missed. That was the
Everything
idea.
had a
To miss that.
purpose after all.
And you get that knight. Okay, so is it enough?
Check. Check.
Yeah. All that. What's the assessment?
Gonna just put it back here. Well, your position's a mess, frankly. It's just a matter of time.
I mean, what you have? I'm up a piece.
No.
Oh, yeah. So you eventually.
Check. Check. Check.
Game.
Check.
E1.
Huh. You seem to have dodged a lot. Darn, I can't see anything. Can't see anything. What's going on? I can't see anything. Okay, gonna go with this.
Check.
No, it's just hanging.
Just hanging. I don't know what I'm doing.
Check.
Sorry, I just ran out of time. Don't know what
You
I'm doing.
lose.
Ah, that's terrible.
Game, yes, it's tough to
Ready.
it's tough to find those
That's just bad.
C4. Must have some issues on you. Like I could play bishop takes A7, but it's not quite good enough.
That did not occur to me that you had that at all. I don't get it, but okay. What's the idea?
Bishop
If I take back, yeah, you want to just get in on my
takes
dark squares. Very simple.
with 3 pawns. Like I should at least get my material back. Pawn at B6, pawn at C7.
Okay, do this.
Threats that you can't even.
Um, hmm. Okay.
Pretty safe here, so it's ironic. They could almost be lights out. You know, to see like your pieces tripping over each other there with your knights, where not only your knights can't really go anywhere, but
Yeah,
it might save you. You know, I mean, the pawn on C7 could be.
I do my best. Can't castle anymore. Lost all my rooks. It's funny.
I don't know. Couldn't find anything good there. So at least I got my piece back. What happened there? I got a rook. I won the exchange there. To work out in my favor. Actually, rook at C7 is actually a mate threat.
Yep. Je l'ai vu.
Knight.
Interesting.
Check.
Okay, gotta waste a pawn. And to stick that pawn right there on c7, which would have, it's like had to have been powerful, but down.
I'll do that for safety.
check, check, check,
Walked into
you
that one.
lose,
You walked the other way. I didn't know what I had.
I didn't have anything. Darn. Yeah, I mean, I should have gone the other way. You didn't have anything immediate. Hard. Actually, you walk the other way. You promote. No, then yeah. Tough games.
Rook take,
Um,
but you definitely
Giles asking
you
for
don't actually have a knight.
Bughouse. I think it's quite late for me, so I want to just like do this until I sleep.
It's only 10 o'clock here. I don't really play Bughouse like what me and you as partners on chess.com.
So Giles wants to do Bughouse against him and Frolic, but I want to sleep at the end of this stream.
Yeah, a crap rating. Like like I'm only 1,700 at Bughouse on chess.com because I don't have, like I only tried a few times and use whatever partners they gave me.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely should do that sometime, that kind of thing. So
Yeah,
just
this is more like, I mean, you play, you have to have communication. It's more about the communication than
ready,
yeah.
a few of these bishops right next to each other. Was this the different position? This is the exact same position.
It's the same position, yes. But we hadn't had this one before the last game. But it's the same position, yes.
I played last time, and I played.
You punished my c6 idea last game. So this game I'm going to go for this.
Are you threatening something?
Am I threatening something? Am I? You're just trying to knock me out? What's this? What's this trying to lock me out? Can't accept this. I can't even take it. So let's see what it says. If king c1,
You're in some
promote
trouble.
knight e2 at c2 is mate. Okay, I believe.
I missed a mate.
No. If I'd gone the other way, it was still mate. You had to throw away your pawn and then dump a knight where the pawn was. Something like that, I think. Maybe I misunderstood.
That might have worked.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
I think because
Yeah, that seems good.
this.
What a spoil sport.
check,
Okay, I gotta take that one. Darn, that's annoying. You get it back.
check,
That's so annoying.
And I defend b7. So if I take the rook, then not only that, the knight defends b7 against your bishop sack.
Yeah, that's a rip.
I mean, it could be here even
Yeah, you're trying to tempt you to
taking
take.
b2.
Yeah, you're not tempted.
Not,
No, not tempted.
b2 and because rook at a1 now is a pretty serious threat. You clog down your material.
check,
Yeah.
Almost out of material, but not quite.
Yeah, it's weird, this game, isn't it?
Almost like knight c4, but it's a perpetual. I was thinking queen takes bishop first, but
You're just tempting me to take your darn queen.
I would leave the perpetual if you do that.
Darn.
Any better options?
Do I have better options? Okay, so what if I do... No, that... I don't have options. What's this going on? I didn't... G3, bishop. Okay, I'm taking this darn queen.
check, check,
You have a threat. His bishop takes. You can't even take on g. I have you blocked off, so you even have a check. I think I can just play pawn there. If you're going to be able to stop that. Well, that doesn't work.
check, you lose,
Darn. That's embarrassing. Okay, need to focus now.
ready,
Okay, so e4. That's my strategy now. I'm just going opening it up right in the beginning. Like take the risk of the open game. Probably correct to play computer play. There's much more considerations, but it's too difficult to play a positional game in this. That's been
check,
giving me advantage. Some pain there.
check,
I want to give you that pawn. C4 covered. Playing more for my open pieces. A little risky on the king safety. Okay, so this is what. Yeah, this one's yours to win.
Yep. Don't need to do too much, I don't think.
Here. I don't think I was going to play their last move. You're just going to play pawn at b4. Oh,
Yeah, I think I'll just do that kind of thing still.
well, c2 is a threat, so okay. It's in repeat.
Yep. So what should I do here?
Or only save queen move. Queen a5 is the only safe move with the queen, in fact.
check,
Time pressure on you.
check,
Oh, I thought I was defending that. Eek.
All those white squares.
check,
I
check,
yeah. What to do? What to do? That's not the move to do. Ugh.
check,
Yeah.
You're surprisingly covered with knight squares.
check,
Yeah.
check.
Okay.
You lose.
Okay, I need to play faster and I need to focus.
Ready.
Okay. Central development.
You play faster. I mean, you just get recognized. Like
I'm
at some point, you
I
just
can't
got to move.
I can play
You can't.
fast. I can play fast. It's just you're right. I just get into a
You don't have to play fast. You just have to stick to it. I mean, because 3 minutes still allows you like 10, 15 seconds. You can even think 30 seconds once or twice. You just have to not go beyond a reasonable allotment.
Yep. Ugh.
Exactly symmetrical.
What am I doing?
I don't know. It's like open me up straight onto your
Check.
file, I guess.
Just getting too excited, basically.
Okay, pull it up.
What's that one about? do this. Take that one. Take that one.
check,
And attack that rook. And attack that rook. And
Check or retreat.
throw the
check,
You want to retreat. You're so wishful.
Check or retreat.
Retreat.
Check or retreat.
check,
Bishop. You just don't have any material. It's going to hurt.
check,
Like you don't have any material.
check, check, check,
Oh gosh. Oh god. Not that it makes any
But I guess
difference.
I
It's
take
mate
and
regardless.
also
check,
It's mate regardless. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
check, check,
Okay. You're letting me run a little.
check,
do it.
check, 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 check,
Hey.
check, check. You lose.
I had to flag. That was pretty bad there at the end. Because I don't have my mouse, and if you had played quickly, you probably would have been outflagged me.
Yeah. That's bad.
Ready.
Okay.
F3 was mature. There, the F4. Subtle threats.
Subtle?
Feingold jokes said, "I'm from Ben Feingold's originally from Detroit." Is it like, oh, darn, he saw it.
Yeah, of course. Ah, this doesn't even do anything.
I'm not sure that trying to.
It's annoying. I thought it was doing something, but it's not. Is there anything I'm doing here? Oh no, I'll take the queen anyway, but it's not really doing anything.
The basic difference, I mean, you could see like I'm developing my pieces and you're not, and it could be from technically like you can find something and beat me like without. But that's also the problem with the shorter time control. That even if there is some win there, you may not be able to find it so quickly, and so your pieces just aren't developed.
Yeah, just slight problems.
And so, like here, you sacrifice more material.
Yeah, I know.
You're king for the open. Like,
What are you doing exactly?
so like you haven't developed any of your pieces. Like you only have one or two pieces developed, and you just sacked it.
No, it's quite funny actually. Yeah,
You're playing to win, so I'm not going to fault you. Like play to win, so that's the play to win strategy. But
yeah, I know.
now you only
It's just not good. It's just not good enough.
there has to be, find the right dynamic, and so I've just been going for the develop my pieces, leave myself weaknesses, and so even if you're right that like technically I'm playing into losing positions, or not even losing
I
positions,
should have
it's not
backed
bad.
off as well. Yeah,
It's not bad to develop your pieces,
yeah.
but
check,
Oh, you're going really direct on me. You
check,
have mate. Yeah, okay. That was just a terrible game. Okay.
check,
you have a queen to black. If you had a bishop to black, maybe you could survive, but you only have a queen to black.
I see.
Bishop g8 is my idea, but if you had a bishop to black, then you might be able to.
Can't.
check,
Yeah, it's mate. If I took queen, yeah, you're probably mating me. I should have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
check.
Yeah, nice.
You lose.
Yep. I don't know why I flagged that one. Ah, I accidentally went back to the lobby.
Back to the lobby.
Yeah, let's go start a new game.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ready.
Yeah, a theme of this setup, those two knights could become extremely clumsy if you don't get them developed right. I think
Yeah.
c4, e4 or d4 is the better move here. Do this to you, but like, what are you going to do about that? I don't think you could stop me from getting a queen.
Oof. It's okay.
Knights cover my dark squares. They're f2 and h2.
Yep, they do. They do. They do, they do. It's not very successful. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing now. As if I did ever.
Yeah, you have a hard time back from this position. You
Yeah.
make ironically no. I'm just up a queen for nothing here. I mean, so it's not the end of the world, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I can cause you some trouble. Ah, see, you are scared of trouble. Bishop takes knight. But yeah, you have.
you see those different structures, the type defense they gave. That's why I thought like 960 new strategies. Because you just different piece structures for defense that you may not have set up in you may never have set up in a way naturally over the board,
Yeah.
but because 960 you get these weird setups, like you wouldn't unlikely you may never like knight on d1 and f1 defending or something like that may never have given a position that you would have played in a regular setting.
Indeed.
If,
I think the main problem is I'm going to lose on time again. Not on position. But yeah.
you're down a full queen, you gotta, I mean, you're not down the queen because it's only a pawn, but I mean, the problem you can't move the bishop off of
I know.
you can't move the bishop because knight e7 is mate.
I know.
Threads you have there. It was a mate thread.
Check. Check.
Ouch.
Check. 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 You lose.
Oof.
I was gonna play bishop c5 and take back on f2.
Yeah.
Ready.
I see some of the better players do what you're doing, but yeah, I think you're probably better off with just a more straightforward strategy of um, taking the center and developing your pieces. And maybe like the lone wolf or some of the stronger players would destroy me doing what you're doing, but certainly on a straightforward strategy wise, I think you're giving me an undue advantage
Oh,
there.
can't even see.
Now, like, isn't that just like a mate in one threat?
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
guess you could.
It's 'cause I'm being blind.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I did. I did. So I did see the mate in one threat.
I shouldn't have went for it. It wasn't. You could just block it. Okay, so this is yours for the winning.
You say
Definitely.
that every time.
I've only said that a few times because, like, I mean, generally, I think you're using an inferior strategy. You're not using the basic chess strategy. Just take the center, develop your pieces. So
check,
in this
I
game
don't
right
think that's
here, like,
true. I don't think that's true. I think I do go for that strategy that you're describing. But anyway,
check,
pawn mates, but he doesn't
sorry.
have one.
Pawn mates. Yeah,
Pawn mates. Oh no, it doesn't mate. The knight on D covers it. Knight
yeah,
mates.
yeah. So what should I do here? I could. Oh, I didn't want to do that. That's bad. Eek.
They don't even have takebacks here.
It's okay. Doesn't matter. I was thinking you had to take with the knight. I didn't realize you had rook takes. So it's like, oops. King's actually quite safe. Amazingly.
King's pretty safe.
Yeah. Very safe.
Although
Okay, so there is something here. But what is it again?
surprised you're up on
check,
time there for a second too. Okay, so smothered. Oh.
Yeah, what is that smother? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
If I do knight takes and then you take with a pawn, I take with the rook. Or either way, if I double take and leave my king in there, you got smothered with on e7. So it's just a question whether I want to with the rook or the knight have that many pieces. Okay, so let's do it this way.
So if pawn takes knight, yes, king takes. Okay, so
That's the smothered. King takes his
check,
finally move. There. I don't know about that.
check,
What did you just do?
check,
I almost played g8, but
check,
g7 would have just been mate. You only have you don't have any material left.
check,
And snap upon. You can't even. Okay. Well,
check, 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 check. You
Check.
lose.
Oh, oops. That was.
I got the right pre-move on that. I think I did a few different.
Yeah.
Ready.
I was just confident I was going to win. I took it easy. Wasn't E takes F8 winning? Probably. I guess Doovid he's got the edge over me now, right? Like the first 4 games, I think we were even, and then since then I've been doing pretty badly, just losing them all. So
I'm pointing out your strategy and saying, like, generally, I mean, I guess I'm doing the straightforward strategy of just developing my pieces, fighting for the center, and you're looking for probing weaknesses, but it hasn't.
hasn't
Yeah, I
borne
think.
fruit yet.
Yeah, I think there's just the straightforward strategy of fighting for the center and developing the pieces.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm not sure basically if.
I've seen enough of the top, the top players to say, like, there is something to your strategy.
Yeah, I just I never think of my strategy as what you said it was of
probing for weaknesses and
of probing weaknesses, absolutely, but of not fighting for the center, no, 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 no. I'm all about fighting for the center.
yeah, but a few games you didn't even put a fight for the center in.
Yeah, because I don't know. And maybe I was tilting. I don't know.
I mean, it's the nature of the 960 where the pieces fight for the center. The nature of the pieces on their squares might hint at going for different things, not fighting for the center.
Oh, okay. Something interesting is up. What is up? Um. Hmm. Hmm.
See anything right there?
Hmm. Yeah.
Does he really have anything on there? Bishop there, king takes. Drag me out. Okay, I guess I could just play like bishop e3 also, but
Check,
I'm gonna take it.
check,
Keep on taking it if you play at h3. Actually, I don't even have to, but I'll probably take it. Play h3. Okay. A serious threat here. I'll just play bishop here.
check,
Yep.
Oops. Oops.
Ironically,
check,
Yeah. Oops. Oops to daisies. Someone has walked into an attack. Okay.
check,
I see. I agree. The temptation that you're right there. The temptation is just to play for mate, and if the pieces are set up in a way where it appears you could probe weaknesses or attack right away
check,
Yeah, of course.
without
like
the
check,
classical development and control of the center.
like you got this. You got this. Maybe. Maybe.
I mean, even if I don't have a forced mate, I think this has to look good. But,
check, 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 check. You
Check.
lose.
Yeah. The moment you get the queen in, it's all over. Definitely. Maybe I should have run back.
Ready.
Okay, we're learning all the time. That's the idea.
Early to play e5. Knight c4. Protects e5 also. Your knight if you take on e4, e5. Your knight first, or do I take the knight on e3? e3 first, in case I'm not sure whether I want to open up the d file or not. Bishop c2. Probably winning your rook's not enough. It was bishop h3. Pawn takes. Eldabarva's in the chat now. We were looking at your games earlier. Eldabarva, like we started. I'm not sure if you go back at the beginning of the stream, we covered the first 2 rounds of season 6 of the finishers, and we looked at both of your games. So thanks, Eldabarva, for showing up. And we noted that you did extremely well. Basically, moved up a whole category. Looked like you were third board, 18. Below 2,000, and now you're over 2,000. So good season, Eldabarva. Parva. Um, I thought. Okay.
Check.
So king takes f8, knight d7, queen takes e8, and rook at f8. Yeah, I think you're right, to be frank.
What?
The last game I had a mate if I just did the obvious moves, basically, rather than going crazy.
Well, first.
This is an interesting game. I think I might win it.
Check.
Well, like almost. Ironically, I'm losing on
Check.
time here.
I
I got like nothing.
pose too many problems.
check, check, check,
Classic mate pattern here.
check, victory,
Good one.
Okay, I finally win one.
ready,
Bishop 6 wasn't as good as it looked.
So, how to defend my central pawn? Interesting. Just like this.
Defend it.
Sorry?
The question was to defend, whether to defend it.
Yeah, I didn't have a counter, so I think I had to.
Just tried knight f6 even.
Well, let's see if you're going to defend your central pawn then. Really? Not interested in your central pawn? That's a very strange move.
It could be annoying. I forgot that. I was looking. One of the things that Lee Chess has in their overall analysis is like giving up the central pawns, and I think that I give up my central pawns, say more than average. I was looking at that.
Yeah, that's not so good. Now, do I want a knight? Am I really so greedy that I want a knight? No, because otherwise I'll have the same problems that you had. So I won't be greedy. Hey, how come I've lost half my time? This is like, hey, since when did that happen?
I think, I mean, it's what I say. You're not, instead of just making natural developing moves, you're looking for like a kill in the opening or something like that.
Yeah, I want to kill you in the opening. No, I'm just joking.
check,
You get an opening kill, it's worth the investment of time, but
Indeed.
be good for you, but
check, 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 check,
yours for the taking.
check,
Like all my pieces.
Yeah, exactly. That was a crush. That was an opening crush. Not sure it was an opening crush. It was a sort of, just sort of.
I guess I'll give you the fun of mating me. I don't see how I could I only got 4 pieces left. And you have the extra queen.
You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Stopping.
Even if it was just your 3 queens there, without the.
check,
You're still stopping me from mating you. So I'm quite impressed. I can't see the mate. How is he doing this? I'm just going to take this one.
check,
There we go.
check,
Just a pawn. Only comes back.
There we go.
check, victory,
Yeah, I know. I made sure I only gave you a pawn for my queen. Yay. Maybe I'm tiring you out
ready,
with the continuous play.
I usually don't play so much, but I want to promote the game, you stream it, and it's good just to see a bunch of positions. Like, I appreciate you. I mean, I know you generally, I'm a quicker time controller player than you, but I think it's good to just see a bunch of positions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great.
And rather than overanalyze the benefit of just forcing a person to make a decision.
Yep.
Going back to
You're going to go through this again.
I mean, that last game that you did well, you kind of you switched back to classical strategy. Now
Now what's happening here? I think this move is important for you, so take your time. Yeah,
go there.
I think that's good. I think that's a good move.
Give me an extra square, like, and not. I thought about pushing d4 or something like that, but I think that extra, like the king there is sloppy. 7 might prove a useful square.
Yes. So what do I do here? Interesting. So he's going to. Unfortunately, you're going to come in and attack me, and I can't stand that. So I'm just going to do this. So now you're going to go. That's not fair. You got to attack me. Why can't I attack you? Ah, you're getting to attack me. That's quite good. Okay, I'll take it.
It wasn't good enough, but
No, it wasn't quite good enough. Oh, that was bad defense though. Maybe I could have defended more actively. Maybe. Okay, is there something interesting I can do here? Maybe just this.
got 2 pieces for 2 pawns.
Yeah, I just need to get my pieces out, like you say, which I'm going to do now. Gonna get those pieces out. Really?
Yeah, yes.
check, check, check,
What's the prognosis here?
Hmm.
check, 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 check,
It's time trouble.
check, 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 jittery,
Down to the last second.
Yeah,
there.
indeed.
ready,
Oof, that was really tight. I was really lucky, basically. Yep.
I mean, you had that. I mean, at the end, you got lucky, but that was your game.
Well, I suffer too much from the opposite, so. So tempting. This is so tempting. This is probably bad. It's obviously bad, but it's so tempting.
I don't even see what you're thinking of here, but you either go for
Just
symmetrical
takes
or
me to yummy. Okay.
2. How does that help you? I mean, because you got knight a4.
I don't know. I gotta just.
Oof.
Okay, let's just do this. It's too fun not to do.
What your swap is. I mean, I guess you got knight c3 check. That's what you're all excited about.
Maybe.
check,
It does seem good. It does seem good. I can now even do this.
Likely, I think I could
check,
pull this. I can't.
So you take the knight, which is natural. Okay, I take the queen. Queen's a valuable piece.
Oh. Just take my defense. Okay, let's run this way.
Okay, I'll take a bishop then as well. God, I'm so greedy. And I'll put the bishop
check,
on.
Okay.
And
check,
what's the idea? You've actually got quite a lot. Actually got quite a lot.
Making your rook fork there didn't.
check,
Yeah.
I don't know if you.
check, check,
Do I have one? A6 help.
check,
Six.
Darn.
C7, is that enough?
check, 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 check,
Oh,
check,
that was a really
check,
bad move. Damn,
check,
that was bad.
check,
Looking for something clever, and that was not it.
check,
Either you do only have a queen and two rooks.
check,
Yeah, exactly. What am I doing? I'm making a
Yeah,
complete
I'm gonna tell you, so
making a complete hash of this.
check, check, victory,
Oof.
ready,
So these bishops are definitely the way to play. Okay.
you gotta at least have your. You gotta at least put your bishops in potential. You know, like usually within the first opening moves, you gotta open up your bishops.
Yeah, I know.
If you don't, then you run a serious risk of playing your whole game without them.
Ooh, giving me ideas. Oh dear.
I give you these weaknesses to work with because that's my strategy. It's
It's
getting
a
such
strategy, exactly. Make me excited.
just look at the difference of the. One thing, the weaknesses in my position, but also the openness of my pieces.
Hmm.
Right now, I have all the squares covered. If you could figure out a series of traits that leave some of my key squares uncovered. Minute version, you just don't have necessarily enough time to find the right calculation to probe the weaknesses.
I could if I really want to. Okay, let's do it. No, I don't really want to. It's okay. I don't need to probe weaknesses. I'm just going to continue. But you're right. I do have this like opening think for about 2 minutes. I just realised I have this opening think for about 2 minutes. I need to stop doing that. Okay, so do I want to do something cunning? No, I think I just want to go rook.
Sure.
Huh, I was surprised. I thought you'd take it.
Yeah, I don't know what you could take back with the queen, but I didn't see a clear follow-up.
Well, you could harass my queen.
I'm not sure I could have, because like obviously you're coming right in on me too quickly.
I think you were well enough defended, but I could be wrong. I think you were.
I guess.
Okay, check,
Check.
check, check. Oh, that's so well defended. Oops. That is not what I wanted. Okay.
Pretty well defended there, not.
Yeah, I'm sorted.
Check.
Okay, that expends my bishop, I admit. It's okay.
Check.
You took the bishop.
Check.
Give me my knight there. My
Check.
knight there.
Got so many knights. What's going on?
Check.
Out of there. Knight on e1 also.
Check. Check.
That was the move I wanted.
Check. 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 You lose.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Nice mate.
Ready.
That was a good game. We're starting to play some proper ZH960, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we
I
figured out a little bit of opening theory.
I
The
feel we're
concept.
playing a lot better than we were. Yeah.
And just to think about the major concepts of opening theory, do you just straightforward develop your pieces and play for the center, or do you look for certain offset imbalances that you could take advantage that may not necessarily require the development of pieces and control of the center?
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. That's such a stupid move.
Knight f5.
Yeah, I mean, she's just giving you all the knight's moves you want with tempo. Okay, I'll just take that one. Didn't understand that, because that stops all those knight moves that annoy me.
I saw that, but I figure
You felt for me, I know.
you would break there.
Yeah. Because now I've kind of sorted out that whole development problem. It's kind of you're the one who's having a little bit of trouble.
No, I mean, because you still didn't problems.
Sorry?
You still have serious problems with your bishops.
Me? No, no, no. My bishops are fine. What? He's hanging a queen? That's such a
Yeah,
chill move.
because yeah, I think that file.
That is such a
value.
chill move.
Check.
That is such a chill move. You're basically saying my bishops are undeveloped, so you can just do what you like. Okay, I'm going to block your darn file. Like so.
You're gonna block your own bishops.
My bishops. I know this is like ultimate wolf defense, isn't it? No, my bishops have a long and happy future, but I need to drive you back first. I can't just develop, right? So if I push e5, your knight comes in, so I can't allow that. I need to think about such things. If I go e5, yeah, your knight comes in. I can't allow that. That's just unacceptable. So, maybe this. I know I saw that, but I just thought maybe I do this now. But maybe I'll let you in. Maybe. It's hard to say. There we go. So, sorted out my bishops, right?
Well, I mean, since now you only have one.
Exactly. Yeah.
You just you gave them out.
Give them all away. Ooh,
I
ooh, free knight. I like that. That's a juicy
had
one.
a pawn for f2. I probably wouldn't have done it, but since you don't, down.
So what's the threat? Gonna go.
Queen is the threat.
Oh, darn.
Oh. Okay. Again. Doesn't look like you have anything good to block with.
Okay. Gosh, what are you doing to me?
Watch the time.
Check.
What? Where's the check? What? So.
Me, you checked you. It was delayed. I checked you when I queen.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Do this.
Check. Check. check, 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 victory,
Oof, just flagged you. Completely losing.
ready,
Okay. Actually, the problem with this position is how to develop the queen. That's what I find in this position. It's not so easy. What?
That was the threat. That was the idea. Oh, I didn't mean to let you have that. Move there. You might.
check,
Oh! That was dumb.
You do have that hole on B2. Like I did have a thought to put that pawn on B2, but
Yeah.
I don't see how.
Okay, what do I do here? Kind of hard. I don't want to give up my queen. Okay, back off.
And that's pretty clear what you got to do. So, can I take? I think I
check,
take here. Okay. 7.
check,
That'll help you. D6. You still there?
Yeah,
I
sorry.
stream.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
I don't mind.
just focused,
I
basically.
stream also and thing like generally the worst thing for streaming is dead time.
I'm
But I
sorry.
guess we are playing chess, so
I'm sorry. I'm just really just focused.
no problem. I don't know. I like these streams, but yeah, I know like general rules of streaming. You don't want to have dead time.
I know. But also, I know I'm struggling in a way against you. That's also like I need to. Ah, I could have got your queen maybe, or did I not have time? I can't remember now.
On the last few.
I missed knight d6, did I? Okay.
So
Because I mean that was my whole plan the whole time. I just missed
I
my.
defended against knight d6. That's what I did. I mean,
My plan was the whole point. My whole plan was knight d6. So I don't know why I forgot about it.
how low our ratings are. Like I think we both lost. Like I don't know. Maybe you gained 100 rating points and I lost 100 rating points.
Check,
check,
check, check, check, check,
check,
check, check, check, check. Yes, yes, yes.
almost have
You
another
almost
night.
have it. Almost have it.
Check.
Ah, sneaky, sneaky.
Check.
So hard. I have to go up. No, but if I
I
go up,
almost had
Check.
I mean the other night, but that was
no, it's
one
not.
of the ideas.
That's not fair.
Check. 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 You
Check.
lose.
Well done, well done.
Ready.
So this is the game.
I'm playing the center, but
Ah, darn. Did I have to give you both diagonals? Humdy humdy hum. Humdy humdy.
probably should have went to F5, but I'm not.
Check. Check.
Okay, this must be dangerous for you. But what is the way to do it?
For me or for you?
Sorry? Dangerous for
Dangerous
me?
for me or for you?
I thought for you. Because I'm stopping you from castling. Actually, yes, I can't castle either. I just realised. Oops. Yeah, I can't castle either.
I almost play Queen E1, but I'm not sure if that's good.
Check.
Oh, that was your idea.
That was my idea.
When I saw you do that, I just
Check. 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 Check.
it would be really weird if I could just run away here.
Check. Check.
I don't know about that.
Check.
Give myself an extra running square.
Check. Check.
What's happening? I can't believe this.
check,
This is really tilting. What? Oh, you're giving me a
check,
knight? Okay.
I need to free up space. Like otherwise,
check,
I thought you had. Well, maybe you had me, but quite a bit of material. So that may not be able to take that rook.
check, 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 check,
This
check,
one will do it.
Oh!
you
Check.
lose,
Oh. Yeah, that was well. Wow, that was amazing.
That was a fun one.
That was amazing. Ah! Yeah, I should have played a slower move earlier to keep your king from running away. That was just too bad.
ready,
Letting your king run away from that. Shocking. Okay, we're not letting you open both diagonals first this game. In fact, gonna challenge this one. Gonna challenge you on this one. Okay, Chess Maria, hi there. Oh, he's hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna challenge you on this one too.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna hit that central pawn. And it's time to develop something to somewhere. Maybe hit the central pawn again. Yes, hit the central pawn again. Definitely. Takes with check if you try any funny business. Okay, I need to channel Oppa. Okay. Takes.
check,
Yeah.
check, check,
Some excitement there.
You wanted a pawn. You want a pawn. Little thing wants a pawn. Okay.
Dynamic games almost every time. Occasionally, you'll get a attack right of the opening, and I won't get counterplay because you might be a little quicker to attack in these in the opening. But generally, getting pretty dynamic games.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, I'll do this because it sort of delays your attack by one move, kind of thing. So it's quite a cunning thing to do. Oh, you've got a killer move here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of taking the rook, and then I said,
Crumbs, that's a killer move. Um, huh.
knight's just
check,
knights. I thought you knight d2 maybe. When I did that, you could have taken the bishop on e5. You had the fork earlier.
check,
Oh, your bishop's covering. No.
I probably could have even ran to g7.
Probably, but your bishop's covering all those darn squares. That is annoying. Okay.
check,
Okay, so what do I do here? Well, he's given me a rook. Okay, so I'll take that rook.
check,
Take that rook. I'll take that rook.
Check.
Yes, yes, yes.
check,
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
My,
Yummy,
check,
yummy, yummy. Is that it? Yes,
check,
yummy, 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 yummy.
check,
Just a few more knights, and I'll have made. No, nothing.
check,
No, nothing.
check.
What?
I only have 4 pieces here.
You lose.
You almost walked into mate though. No, you can keep running forwards. Okay. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Only 4
Ready.
pieces left. Okay, is this a new position? It's a weird one, isn't it? The knight's in the corner. I'm going to copy.
Knights on one side, queens on the other.
Yep.
Knights on one side, bishops on the other.
Attacking that pawn. I better do that as well, I guess. Oh, castles. Oh, dangerous. Very dangerous.
Yes.
Giving me ideas.
I was gonna play d4 right away, but then I saw I could castle, so I guess you could play like knight b4 and hope that I don't see
Exactly. You're giving me ideas.
mate in pawn.
Exactly. So you're taking my knight. Yes. Good. Exciting. It's giving me lots of...
File there.
What? Yeah.
Got the file.
I got the file. Got lots of lovely ideas.
Talk with the file. See what you do with it.
Yep.
See what you
You're trying to tempt me, aren't you? You're trying to tempt me. Oh dear. Oh
could be
dear.
painful too.
Sorry?
That could be painful there.
It could be. I wonder what I should do here. He's threatening my bishop. I could take bishop takes knight if I ever want to, or I could just go there. Takes. I could go knight takes
Take
pawn.
knight and open up that
You
D file for
make me
me.
think. That's the problem. That's the problem with this strategy.
check,
Okay, so what's the prognosis here? Even material still? No, I'm up a pawn.
check, 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 check,
Go here.
check, check, check,
Pawn was more worrisome there.
I didn't have a pawn, but yeah. So
What's
I
the
could.
prognosis here still? So now you're up 2 rooks. Your queen's on pre.
My queen is indeed en prie. That is a concern.
I'm going to give you a little more time on this one. It's an interesting one. The queen. Queen.
Oh, you gave me 30 seconds. Oh, thanks. I didn't even realize that short of time.
Yeah, you were down to like 15 seconds there.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I'm so terrible at actually even seeing my clock.
Let's use a pawn.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I should be giving you time as well. But you don't need to give me time. Okay, so if I block, you take my queen, I take your queen. Yeah, okay. Interesting, interesting. Oh, that's dangerous.
What?
check,
Really, really, really.
check,
Okay.
Did I make a mistake?
check,
I made a mistake, didn't I?
you lose,
Can I just quickly have a look? Okay, I'm just gonna.
sure, go ahead.
Just want to see if did I make a mistake at the end there? Let's see.
Okay, you got the. I gotta
So when you check me, no, it is a forced mate. My goodness.
wait till your analysis screen pops up on the live screen, and I guess it's got a little delay.
Yeah. So after this move, King E8 was actually a good move. So if I go King takes knight, let's just analyze it. You go, I guess, knight here, check, king takes knight, queen there, check, king here, and knight takes pawn, mate. Yeah, so I calculated the mate in the other case, and you found the mate in this case. So yeah, king e8, knight at d6. I could then have taken this knight, made it a bit more difficult for you, and then you have to take the rook with check to finish that off. That would have made it a bit more challenging. Knight takes rook, rook takes, and then queen at d6. But you got a rook in hand now. King here, rook here, king to g8. So it's a bit more complicated. It's not so easy. But you can just put the queen on the back rank and eat all, I think. Something like that. No, your knight's there, so yeah, but anyway, okay. So that was an interesting game. Cool. I'm gonna have to go back to the lobby.
Call it a night, or you
Oh
keep
yeah,
playing.
we could call it a night. That's the other option. Oh yeah, cool. Thanks for the games.
A nice stream with you. Hope people enjoy this and learn from it. And I know my play improved. Like, you know, I briefly had a trophy up there. Like I made the top 100. I broke 2200, but I fell back under. But I feel that my play has improved, and you know, certainly your videos have been a large part of that.
Oh, thanks so much. So I think
My
I'll raid
pleasure to
Frolic, who's
participate.
playing Bughouse with Jarl, and so yeah, do check out. Hopefully they're playing Bughouse. That's what they said they were doing. So we'll see. And yeah, no, thanks so much, Doovid, for joining me for this stream. So like started off very
Next
serious, but
Thursday, if you're streaming again, you know, hit me up again. I mean, we could still go over the rest of season 6. We only did 2 of 6 rounds.
I know I think it's hard work. I mean, now you know, like when I do these season recaps, it really is hard work.
And
Trying to like
that's why I
find.
said, like, I'm a streamer myself, and I do all types of stream, not just chess, but it's a lot of work, and that's I only found LH. I didn't even know Lee Chest existed, and I started searching Crazyhouse and found Jan Lee, and then I had to like, what server is this? And you know, certainly there's not too much educational material in the game.
Indeed. And Chess Maria says, good games. Thank you. When do you stream with Chuck? Not sure. I've been pretty busy lately, and Chuck streams in the middle of the night, but I definitely will happen again. So yeah, I just haven't played Bughouse as well for a while. I'm focusing on Crazyhouse and Crazyhouse 960 lately. Okay, so I'm going to send you off to Frolic. Thanks so much for watching. It's been like a 5-hour stream, but it's been great fun.
Okay,
And
appreciate it. Have a good night. I'll see you around. Hit me up anytime if you want to do this
sure,
again.
Night Doovid, Doood, D and 4 O's VID. Check him out.